Clerk, you can bring the next witness in, the next group of witnesses in. Ms. Sun is not from the online citizen. Understand. Thank you. We are keeping the seats in the middle free because there's a video conference so that the rest of the panel can watch the video behind. If I may start for the record, could I ask everyone here to please state your name and the position you hold in the organization? If I could start from Mr. Nyan first. Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Niam Shito. I'm the Vice President of Marwa.
This is Terry Shi. I'm Chief Editor for The Online Citizen.
I'm Kirsten Han. I'm a freelance journalist.
The evidence which you will be taking today before the committee will be taken on affirmation. The clerk will now administer the affirmation.
Witnesses, please rise. I will administer the oath first. And after the oath is taken, I will administer the affirmation. Again, please hold the Bible in your left hand. Raise your right arm. Please recite the oath.
I, Niam Shitong, swear that the evidence which I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Witnesses taking the affirmation, please raise your right arm and recite the oath together.
I, Kirsten Han, do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence which I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please be seated. Mr. Howard Lee, welcome. We are coming to you. For the record, could you please state your name and the position you hold in your organization?
My name is Howard Lee. I am representing myself as an interested individual, although I'm currently a PhD student at Bedok University. I'm also coming in a position as a former editor of news websites in Singapore.
Mr. Howard Lee, the evidence which you will be giving today before the committee will be taken on affirmation. Clerk, please administer the affirmation for Mr. Lee, please.
I, Howard Lee, do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence which I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you to all of you. Welcome to the public hearing of the Select Committee on Deliberate Online Falsehoods. The focus of today's evidence gathering session is for us to put questions to all of you. You have taken a solemn obligation to answer your questions truthfully. I will now call on Mr. Edwin Tong to begin.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for coming to assist us. We are dealing with questions of deliberate online falsehoods. We've seen your written submissions, and what I propose to do is, because there are broad areas of overlap between all four of your submissions, I propose to start with some broad propositions on the DOFs, we call it DOFs here for short, and also to explore the landscape and the ecosystem in which this issue has arisen for us to discuss. And then I'll come down to each of the specific submissions for each of you, right? That's what I propose to do. All of you would be content providers. You understand the term? Yes, you are. One is a journalist, I heard you say. One's a former editor. One's a current editor. And I think, Mr. Niam, you also produce content for publication, correct? On behalf of Marwa, yes. Yes.
Could I request that when you speak to ensure the microphone is on for recording purposes? Thank you.
As content providers, you would have occasion to use social media like Facebook to transmit that content for your readers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, that would be the main way in which you would transmit and broadcast your content or publish it.
Yes.
For me.
Not all, because we do transmit through apps, mobile apps, and people do go on the site itself. So it's not the only way, but it's a main distribution channel.
The main distribution channel would be social media sites, followed
Yes,
by your own online
site,
platforms.
then followed by mobile apps and such.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, what I'd like to do is to take a leaf out of my colleague's book as well, is to give you a sense of the kind of submissions that have been made to us over the past 5 or 6 day hearing, which have taken place over the last 2 weeks, just to give you a sense of what has been said, and then frame some of the issues for you to consider in the context of the landscape and issues we are faced with. All right? So I'd like to start with looking at a couple of tables. If you will see them on the screen shortly. Yes. So what I've done is, these tables have been shown to several other witnesses before. I think you may have seen as well when you sat behind. But they summarize the evidence given by each of these representatives, and the transcript and relevant references are there. So I'll just quickly take you through it. So on issues of national security, and this is in the context of DOFs, there is a prevalence of disinformation campaigns that one has seen around the world. They threaten a state's national security, sovereignty. They are an established part of a military arsenal, just as important as conventional kinetic warfare. If you go to page 2, Dr. Michael Raska says that it is a persistent, permanent effort, takes place all the time, and it occurs even in the absence of open conflict. Page 3, why such a method is an attractive option is because the costs and manpower needed for this would be disproportionately low. Page 4, there is also, as also in your case, an increased reliance on internet and social media as the primary source of news and information, which renders them ideal vectors for an information attack. Over the page are some interesting examples of how easy and how inexpensive it would be to manipulate votes online, to buy click farm services, to engage in bot activity, to buy Instagram likes, and also to buy other social media likes like WeChat and so on. Dr. Michael Raska has told us that state actors use this as asymmetric warfare, including disinformation campaigns, to create a situation in which a target state makes a decision leading to its own defeat. Dr. Janice Berzins has said that information and psychological wars are conducted to reduce the morale of an enemy's armed forces and civilian population. And that's why we are told very often you find that the target medium focuses on race, religious, and other social fault lines. Over the page 7, that these unconventional warfare methods reside in our system long before it is detected. They're deployed long in advance. Dr. Shashi Jayakumar told us that. Over the page at 8, civilian and domestic proxies are often used in the target country. And the reason for that, obviously, is a falsehood could emanate from overseas. But given the nature of the internet, the fact that it is transboundary, the majority of these disinformation narratives can usually be transmitted by domestic proxies who either draw from or share or use inspiration from abroad. Dr. Gulizar has said that civilians may be involved in disinformation campaigns, knowingly or otherwise, as circulators, as part of the militia, and also by carrying out these cyber attacks. Dr. Ben Nimmo has said that disinformation operators try and infiltrate the target population by interacting with genuine members of the community. In other words, coming in, infiltrating into social media networks, befriending, and being part of the genuine community online, and then try and build up a following in that group. They will then be able to insert their bias or false information into that group in order to influence and steer a particular political direction. At page 10, a perfectly thriving state can, in a matter of months, be transformed into an arena of armed conflict, sometimes a victim of foreign intervention, and sink into a web of chaos and civil war. Page 11, Dr. Ben Nemo again. He says, even if a small group doesn't have the capability to create its own botnet, it can easily rent a botnet for occasion and use that to influence outcomes. There's a proliferation of commercial activity, and the most recent example being Cambridge Analytica, which no doubt you would have heard. There's significant and serious impact of such disinformation campaigns. They do have consequences in the real world and influence events in real time. This drives narratives, creates cognitive effects in which online behavior has offline consequences and vice versa. The aim of this, at page 14, is to weaken, destabilize target societies psychologically and overall reduce the will to fight. How they work, as I mentioned earlier, they try to sow discord, destroy trust, focusing on community groups, deepen fractures, exploit tensions by working at groups at both ends of the spectrum and pushing them further apart, leveraging and amplifying existing societal fault lines, but also creating new ones potentially. Page 17, between communities, sowing distrust between government and key institutions like the police, religious institutions, erode trust in key government institutions like the police, like emergency services, or key state organs like the judiciary. What we've learned from the Russian campaigns include the effect of polarizing the elite and society, causing or inciting mass panic with loss of confidence in key government institutions. They generate distrust against the police, which is a highly trusted institution in Singapore, and incidents have generated fear and distrust. The falsehoods have also reduced trust between the citizens. And at page 20, bring it closer to home in Singapore. Some of our representatives have told us that Singapore is a sandbox for subversion, and it would be mistaken to assume that it is not already happening here. Finally, page 22, Dr. Michael Raska says we are an attractive target for cyber warfare. We have potential, or built-in potential, for being divided along racial lines, religious lines, and nationalistic ones as well. Just want to pause for a moment and ask if you would disagree with that.
I think this catalogue of various, I should say, misdeeds are actually covered by existing laws already.
No, that's not my question. I said, would you disagree with the views?
No, that's I'm prefacing an answer. Yes, these things are possible, and they all definitely would be illegal under existing law.
Yes, I've not focused on laws. I'm not asking any questions on laws yet. So you would agree with the broad propositions I've outlined from these witnesses?
I mean, the specific cases that they're given, we can't really tell because we don't know the facts, or if in fact it's how should I say, undercover operations, we may never know. But certainly there's evidence in the past of countries have carried this out.
Yes.
And it was certainly illegal whenever it took place, whether 19th century or 1950 or today.
Just so I'm clear, if at any time any of you disagree with the comments or disagree with each other, please say so, all right? Anything from Mr. Shi or Ms. Han?
Sorry, could you, is it possible to relook at the table, the last page?
I'll just leave the table up there.
Okay. The part where it says about the attacks on the trust on policing, religious, judiciary, who said that? I think it was so undermine the support. I would say, yeah, I agree with this. I generally agree with the comments, but this particular, I think my view is there might not be, let's say, in cases where deliberately attacking, but more bring out the gaps in which trust could be further built by having more transparency. Because if the concern that's being raised is about transparency of operation and how the government agencies act, I don't think can be considered as a deliberate attack.
Well,
so I think that should be a difference. So in general, I do agree, but on some areas, I think you need to be more specific. Yeah.
We are talking about something that is falsehood and deliberate. So in that context, you would agree?
Again, I think it would depend on what is defined as falsehoods. Yeah, because at this point, when it's given to me as such falsehood, based on the past few days of definition of falsehood, I can't really agree based on that definition. But in general, I do agree that public trust has to be cultivated in our public institution, and it's important that the public has utmost trust. But similarly importantly, there needs to be transparency being given. I think respect needs to be both sides.
And it would be highly damaging to our civil society if that trust is eroded.
Yes, that's correct. I agree.
Right. Yeah. And we are talking about falsehoods in the sense that it's something that's not true.
You see, I find it hard to agree straightforward because sorry, I'm going to shift a bit away. Yeah, because based on previous hearings, Dr. Janel mentioned on, say, facts that are not backed by the government or the state, or facts or not, as in not having the states to participate.
No, I'm sorry, that's not what I said.
I believe it because I quoted you specifically. I wrote that.
There can be no basis for saying that anything, as long as it's backed by the government, is automatically true. I don't think.
No.
That's not what I said.
Anything that's not backed is a falsehood.
That's not what I said.
That is even more.
That is not what I said. If you can point me to the point at which I said that, please do so. But I did not say that.
The hearing in which you were speaking to SPH and MediaCorp.
I did not say that in that speech, nor in that hearing.
Okay, I stand corrected, but
we haven't reached that stage.
Okay, sure, no worries. But based on my perception of the falsehood that is being defined, I can't agree on. I can't give my consensus on that yet. Yeah.
Okay, we'll come to that.
Yeah, sure, no, thanks.
We'll come to that.
To answer Mr. Tong's question, if we could go back to the table. And right at the bottom, I would agree that these are, with the general feedback that these are some potential harms that could come from deliberate online falsehoods. But as with Dr. George before us, I'm not an expert on national security or cyber security. I cannot say whether I agree or not to assertions like Singapore is a sandbox for subversion, or we are an attractive target for cyber warfare. I believe there might be some contention among the experts in that field as well, and so I wouldn't want to say if I agree. I wouldn't stand by some of this since I don't have the expertise.
Okay. Say for those comments, you feel it's a reasonable set of views from our previous representative?
I would agree that generally these are some potential harms that could come out of.
Right. Let me maybe move away from that table a bit and show you a report that is very recently published. I'll have it on screen as well, so you can all look at it at the same time. It's a report from the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. And the title of that report is The Security Challenges of Modern Disinformation. You can see that on the page. It's a long report. I'll just like to show you parts of the executive summary that appears from page 7 onwards. So you see from the opening paragraph of the executive summary that it says, the reach and speed of the internet and social media have escalated the potential impact of disinformation. I guess as a statement, you won't disagree with that, correct? You have to articulate so that...
I do agree with that.
And you see, it goes on to say that increases in data transmission capacity coupled with a shift towards pragmatic advertising have resulted in precipitous decrease in the ability of traditional journalism to mediate the quality of public information. skipping a few lines down, within that torrent is a current of lies and distortions that threaten the integrity of public discourse, debate, and democracy. And under the heading Agents of Disinformation, you'll see there's several actors pointed out here. Some examples of how the falsehoods are amplified include the use of an extensive network of internet trolls, bot networks, use of state-controlled media outlets like Russia Today or Sputnik, both of which were the subject of some discussion and evidence before us previously. Second bullet point, using Facebook, Twitter, and other channels to propagate this, to create a false story and make sure it reaches a segment population likely to be influenced by these social media platforms. The use of forged documents, phony experts, doctored photos, videos. Anyone who challenges the lies then becomes a target for high-volume online vilification. You would agree that there is no space for this kind of activity in our online landscape?
I think I would definitely
Sorry,
agree
is it
with
okay if I...
Switch off.
Hello, sorry.
Can't see here. Oh. Yes.
Yes, I just thought I'd make a point. I mean, Mr. Tong asked whether we do agree with there's no space for such such discourses, I guess, in our society. I think the point that we need to be fairly clear here is that a lot of the instances that these various experts have pointed out in the span of the hearing relate specifically to cybersecurity. I think I share with the rest of the people in this panel that to some extent we're out of our depth here in terms of how we can address issues of cybersecurity. On the point of misinformation or disinformation, my sense then would be that whether this has some degree of latitude in our society, or for that matter in any society, very much depends on what is it that we define as disinformation or misinformation. Because what I can see so far, I mean, based on many days of following the hearing, is that there's a wide diversity of views in terms of how exactly we define what misinformation or disinformation is. We have cybersecurity issues on one hand. Potentially, I believe a few of the experts have also brought up issues about hacking. And how exactly these, we define this,
Mr. Lee,
I think it's...
can I just stop you there by just going back to the point? I think
sure.
Maybe I defined the question like I did when I first asked it. I'm talking about use of false stories, and to read from this paragraph, the use of phony experts, forged documents, doctored photos and videos, and anyone who then challenges it becomes a target for high-volume online vilification. And this is the document from a very recent document from the Canadian Security Unit. I'm simply asking whether you will see any role for any of this in our online space.
So you're referring to the kind of information that is being...
No, I'm referring to what I've just said. Forged documents, doctored photos, fake videos, false stories.
So in effect, you're talking about the content that is being circulated, is it?
Using these methods of falsity.
My point would be that the content itself really should not be used. As to the intention of why they're using it, I think that we can take up separately.
Yes, Mr. Lee, it's a separate matter. I think what I'm focused on, just to make sure that we draw the parameters clearly, is that I think I would certainly not accept any of this as being something we should peddle on our online space. And I'm just trying to get this panel's agreement on that.
I would say that these should be debunked, and definitely there should be a response, but I would urge that it be a non-legal response and that we should not have new laws simply to censor this content. That's not to say that we leave them alone, but they should be responded to.
Yes, so I think the starting premise is that they need to be responded to. The method by which you choose that response is something we can talk about.
Yes, that would be key.
Sure, yes.
Right, thank you. I'd just like to go back to the document. It goes on to talk about the Russian, Chinese, and Philippine campaigns. Just quickly cast your eye over it, you'll see that they've just outlined some methods by which the actors in those jurisdictions conduct their activity. So it's a mix of using exploitable divisions in target audiences, pushing a nationalist agenda more than an ideological one, targeting a population. Chinese use domestic cyber fortresses. The messages projected domestically and globally are both nationalistic and ideological. The Russian disinformation machinery is explicitly weaponized as a resource for future wars, weakening a target country's sense of danger and diminishing the will to resist. Over the page, you'll see that in the second bullet point from the top, during the Brexit campaign, large number of Twitter accounts were active, particularly on the Leave side, but most then disappeared immediately after the vote, strongly indicating that they were driven by bots. They reflected the hyper-partisan and simplistic style of the British tabloid press. In addition, there have also been independent emergent activists. You'll see that in the paragraph that follows. The paragraph at the bottom deals with agents of disinformation, who are the enablers, and it talks about information ecosystem enabling large-scale disinformation campaigns. False news spread in many ways, but Facebook and Twitter are especially important tools used to target specific population segments. Individuals accept the false news as credible or useful and spread it further. State agencies make extensive use of bots and phony accounts to popularize false news stories and spread them in cascading volumes impossible for human actors to produce or vet individually. Social media companies have become increasingly aware of their role in this problem, but not all of their leaders are convinced of their responsibility to eliminate such false news. Finally, under the Russian disinformation messages, you'll see that they've adjusted to circumstances and state objectives, but they remain very persistent major themes, according to which, for example, Western governments are fascists, or world leaders represent a powerful elite disdainful of and acting against ordinary people. All of these themes are added to the specific support themes which arise, for example, in the 2016 US elections. And then reactions that you'll see, summarized by the Canadian paper here, that multiple actors and agencies working to counter and defend against this threat. Governments are increasingly insisting that social media companies take responsibility for the content they facilitate. European legislators are ahead of those in the US. Some governments have moved to block known disinformation media streams in their countries, shielding their citizens from attempts at foreign influence. Over the page, under the outlook, last paragraph, disinformation poisons public debate and is a threat to democracy. Raised public awareness is needed to distinguish the real from false. There are many ways for governments and organizations to counter the threat, but there's no guarantee that even effective counter campaigns can defeat the high volume of malicious communications. In broad terms, that's the landscape that the deliberate online falsehood operates within. Would you accept?
Yes.
And
yes, I agree.
Yes. I think if you all agree with each other, then I would take it that one yes would be sufficient so that we can move on. All right. And one then has to look at how we tackle these doffs in the context of a landscape such as that sketched out by this Canadian paper. Would you agree? Anyone will do.
Sorry, can you repeat your question again?
Yes. That when one has to, when we look at how we tackle and deal with the doffs, one has to look at it in the context of the landscape as sketched out by the Canadian paper here.
I agree. It's situational. Yeah.
And we also have to apply that situational context to where we are in Singapore, correct?
Yes.
Now, in Singapore, we've heard many representatives tell us that we are special, but also particularly vulnerable because of our diverse racial, religious, cultural background. I think you would accept that.
I don't think I would stand by saying that we are especially vulnerable, but as mentioned before, I don't have the same expertise as national security experts.
My stance is I do agree that with our diverse society, we do seem to be susceptible to such attacks. But then, because of our education of how society develop, such attacks is pretty tough for the conventional methods mentioned by the other experts to take place. Yeah.
Let's look at a couple of other pieces of evidence from the previous representatives, and then I'll show you some online papers, and then maybe invite your further views on this, okay? Now, if you look at the next table I have, it's on examples of falsehoods relating to race and religion. Again, it'll come up on the screen shortly. So Dr. Carol Soon, I think, is a name you probably will be familiar with. She's given the example of the online doctored video of Ahok and his allegedly anti-Islam speech, which went viral very quickly. Rumors that he was backed by a party linked to China, and that led to hundreds of thousands of Muslims protesting against Ahok and demanding his arrest. And she cited this as an example of how sensitive an issue like race and religion would be in a country like Indonesia, and what impact it had on the elections. She also talked about, well, different representatives spoke about the 2012 and 2014 Indonesian elections focusing on Jokowi's Javanese Muslim identity and online information that seeks to bring that into question. Dr. Ben Nemo over the page in the US talks about falsehoods that were used to exacerbate the distrust between African Americans and the police force using Twitter and Facebook accounts. And you would have heard of the Black Lives Matter campaign and the impact that has had on views of the police in America, as well as the distrust between particularly the African Americans and the police. In Ukraine, at page 3, the Russian disinformation campaign has sought to divide the Russian-speaking Ukrainians and the Ukrainian-speaking Ukrainians, to split and divide the country. And that comes from someone who is a co-founder of stopfake.org. Closer to home, 2015, there was a fabricated article about how a Filipino family had disrupted a 2015 Thaipusam procession, telling local Indians to stop playing the drums because the loud noise was making the child cry. But that turned out to be completely untrue because there's no such complaint. Would you accept that much of the falsehoods, to the extent that they're seeking to target a particular audience, to divide and to undermine social cohesion, would ride along the lines of issues such as race, religion, culture? Fair statement?
I mean, many false such, I should say, using race, religion, and so on is a common political tactic. That's certainly true. Both, I mean, it's been true for hundreds of years, so still true today.
Yes, and now with the online presence, with the information superhighways that is Google and Facebook, that's something that is being accentuated and proliferated. Would you accept?
The speed, I don't know, the only difference is the speed. Whether it's more or less than before, I don't know. But the speed of the internet also allows the countervailing forces to react faster. So it's that both factors could be involved.
Yes, you would accept that?
I agree with the representative from Mara, what he said. The dynamics has not changed over the centuries or decade millennium. The race and religion is something that's really sensitive. And with the modern technology, people can transmit those so-called seditious ideas or comments more rapidly. But then similarly, counter arguments or comments can be made together. Like example, the mention of the TRS article that was published into, actually I'm not too sure. Okay, but in that case, when the article was first published, within I think a few hours, my publication published another so-called narrative of what actually happened, and in fact it was testified in court that the eyewitness shared the article and said that what the defunct TRS written was actually not true. a lot of the commenters went to our site and got to know that it was actually not true.
Yes, but you saw the Canadian paper explain that all of these falsehoods, spreading stories, false stories on racial and religious lines, are then accentuated by bots, trolls, which multiply the effect significantly. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I did try to procure a bot myself. It's pretty. I think at this point it's pretty hard to mimic a human being. What it does is simply copy and pasting messages and stuff. So with that, I think it's very easy to debunk what the message is trying to say, to perpetuate, because government authoritative bodies or the media could easily crunch the rumors.
I'll get to some examples of how bots have been used quite effectively. Okay? But before that, just one last table to deal with some other evidence given in the course of the last 2 weeks. And this deals with the impact of DOFs. Yes. So some of them you've seen before, but I think you'll see first page, Dr. Michael Raska's evidence that DOFs aim to weaken and destabilize target societies psychologically. Over the page, communities are pitted against each other. The destabilization of the Ukrainians we've seen before. The experience in Europe, Dr. Heglich and Dr. Muteza gave us evidence of that, what has become of disinformation campaigns against the migrants. And over the page, Dr. Nugroho, founder and chairman of Mafindo in Indonesia, says disinformation can cause serious violence and gave an example which is quite graphic. Trust in institutions can be eroded through deliberate online falsehoods. The head of Kremlin Watch and Dr. Shashik Jayakumar has said that as well. Trust in police eroded. You asked me about that earlier. This is from Dr. Ben Nemo, as well as closer to home, Dr. Damon Chong, who is a research fellow at RSIS, and in particular using the social media platform to proliferate false stories about African Americans being targeted by the police had some significant effect when the Black Lives Matter campaign went on. The spreading of misinformation, which corrodes democracy. Public figures are often targeted by their racial and religious identity. Falsehoods then make them seem to work against people. In other words, portraying a false image and picture of these public figures. At page 8, such falsehoods seek to entrench existing views. So, for example, the refugee debate in Germany was influenced significantly by this. And Dr. Carol Soon says that many people are then pushed to either extreme, when that view may not have been what they might have been held if left to their own, safe for what has been propagated online in the form of these DOFs. Now, you asked me about some examples. Let me just take you to it. But before that, frame the issue in this way. DOFs are online falsehood, deliberate falsehoods. There is a spectrum between that and truth. You would agree? So you have truth on one hand, you have falsehoods on the other. Closer to the truth side, you will have opinions based on truth, you have misimpressions, you have mistakes, you have misinterpretation, misrepresentation, and then falsehood. So there's a spectrum. You would accept?
Yes, and that spectrum is key to today's discussion.
And I think what you will want to say is that one must have a differentiated response or a variegated response to what you might find on that spectrum.
Not just a different response, but also concern over who gets to decide what lies where on the spectrum.
Yes. The need to eradicate deliberate online falsehoods in the form that I've outlined to you using the definition in the Canadian paper, you would have no difficulty with. So on one end of the spectrum, we would all agree that something must be done to remove this from, as far as possible, from our online landscape, correct?
Sorry, if I may speak.
I would actually disagree with that. Sorry, Niam, you were saying something? No,
just go ahead,
I'll just point out that actually,
Yeah, let Mr. Shi
Yes,
speak first.
No.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. Sorry. So I'll just go first. Then, yes, as I was saying, gosh, now I lost my train of thought. I think you talked about eradicating falsehoods. I think that might be a bit too strong a word. We certainly must challenge falsehoods. Eradicating them is a bit different.
That steps must be taken to deal with these falsehoods. And in some cases, you will need to remove them. In some cases, you need to correct them with true information. In some cases, you do a combination of that.
Yeah, that's probably true. Although, of course, before we can do any of that, you also have to determine truth or falsehood, which, as you know, is also can be debatable.
For speaking for myself, believe that there should really only be one truth.
Unfortunately, truth can change over time.
No, I mean, especially when you're dealing with a set of facts, there can only be one set of facts.
Even received scientific wisdom changes over time.
No, I'm not talking about scientific wisdom. I'm saying factual position. There can only be one set of facts.
But how those facts are
to help you.
presented?
Let me give you a set of examples which might help. Let's say we have an altered video of President Obama criticizing all Christians. Or as you had a video of Ahok, altered video, fake video, criticizing all Muslims, Islam. Do you think there are two sets of facts or only one set of fact?
And the fact that's being put forward is that, say, Obama made certain statements. So if that is...
There is a video with words put into his mouth, which is possible now with technology. So if you listen to the video, he is criticizing Muslims. Likewise, you had a real case of Ahok, altered video, attacking Muslims. Do you think there are shades of truth in that?
The case of altered, the specific cases that you mentioned, no.
Okay, let me give you another example. A suggestion that President Jokowi is Christian. Do you think that shades of truth in that?
This is where the spectrum comes in. So such things that are clearly false and could be debunked would be on one end of the spectrum as a clear falsehood.
The question is, are there shades of truth in such a statement?
Not in this case, but unfortunately, content is not always this clear.
So I think in this discussion, it's good to keep in mind, we are talking about factual falsehoods. I think you have a legitimate point in saying, how do we define falsehoods? And are there, at the margins, some areas where there can be some disagreements? But let's keep to conceptually clear definitions first. We are talking about factual falsehoods. We are not talking about opinions. For example, you take a table, there can be shades of opinion as to whether it is a nice table, whether it's a bad table, whether it's a useful table, not a useful table. We are not talking about opinions. We are not talking about comments. We are talking about facts. So let's stick to that. I mean, you've got to be conceptually clear. That is what we are dealing with here. And in any such thing, of course, then there must be a mechanism to identify what is true and what is false factually. Okay? So I don't think we are talking about that yet. So today, at this stage, the question is simply, if something is clearly false, in the way that I've told you, Hillary Clinton is selling arms to ISIS, or she is running a pedophile ring. All of this has been put forward and believed by a number of people. Or the Ahok examples that I gave you, or the President Obama, there was an actual video, but it was an experiment done by a university. So sticking to that, is there a place for those in the framework of speech? And I think the specific question is, these sorts of falsehoods, conceptually now, leaving aside the question of how we come to decide on their falsity. Conceptually, once False, true. If it's false, do you need to deal with it? I think that is the angle that's being explored right now.
I think if it's false
If I may,
and causes...
interject right now.
One person.
Okay, I'll give way to you, John.
If I may interject right now, I know, Law Minister, you are not preferential towards debating on philosophical issues, but I think we do need to point out that there is a difference
I am actually
between
talking
what is
about a
factual.
philosophical issue. I am talking about a conceptual issue. So
that's very good. Yeah.
So let's
if
let's
that's
not
the case,
have
then
those, I think let's deal with the conceptual issue.
Sure.
True and false.
Okay, that's.
And if it is false, should we deal with it?
If that's the case, then I think I do need to point out first and foremost that there is a difference between what is factual and what is truth, because while there can be there can be various facts, and I think there's no disputing that something that is not factual should not be that case. But truth is often an interpretation of various facts that are put together. So I think we do need to make that distinction.
Go back to, let's say.
I think we use it to take
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, if I may clarify again, I think you asked whether we want to take action against falsehoods. So we may want to take action against falsehoods which cause harm. So the question, of course, is what's the threshold for causing harm to society or to an individual? And ironically, sometimes we even take action against truths which are harmful. So that's another point to look at.
Could I also seek clarification then that the committee's definition of falsehood would come down to that narrow definition of something that is demonstrably not factual and wrong in the kind of Jokowi is a Christian sort of clearly false statements, and that's it?
I think there are different issues here. First, the conceptual point, true and false. I think that's clear. Our terms of reference are to deal with falsehoods. And certainly the way we are proceeding, thinking about, and panel members can disagree if they is we are not looking at, say, opinions which are unreasonable, for example. The facts may be true, but the opinion may be something that a very, very small minority, maybe 1 out of 1,000 might agree with. I don't think we are looking at opinions. For example, we are looking at facts. Then there are shades in terms of how you process this. How do you determine the truth versus what is false? And I did hear how Mr. Lee talking about there can be shades of truth. I think there is no point debating that point. I think we just leave it. I think different people can have different views as to whether there can be shades of truth. True, false. Following from that, taking into account the speed with which the internet moves, and sometimes you need to deal with it immediately. There has been some evidence given to the committee about whether how do you deal with something that is said to be false, whether you go and deal with it first and then determine whether it is true or false later, or whether you deal with it upfront, in which case it might take some time, and you weigh the consequences, the damage, and so on. I mean, those are issues which I think it's too premature for us to take a view on. Conceptually, in terms of our terms of reference, we are looking at falsehoods. What the kind of examples Mr. Tong has put forward, the kind of examples I've talked about. And we had a law professors who said to us what certainly I know and what the lawyers will know, which is that what is true and what is false is something that gets determined in court pretty much every day. That's the lifeblood of lawyers. So that has to be something that is going to be dealt with. So should we deal with falsehoods? I think that's a question that's being discussed right now. And if so, how? How do you determine truth and false? I don't think those questions have been asked. They have been asked of other witnesses. And then the process, how should the process be, and what sort of speed with which we should move, and what comes first, what comes later. Those are issues that need to be thought through. I don't think Mr. Tong has been exploring those. Yeah, I hope that's clear.
Yep. So I do agree, examples such as the Djokovic and Ahok case, it's undeniable that such falsehood is unacceptable, undesirable, and detrimental to democracy. But the thing is, the two examples could be promptly proved to be untrue once the individuals come out to disprove that this is the case. But let's we go back in time and look at the weapon of mass destruction that is supposed to be in Iraq.
Can I suggest that we move on from this? I'll give you the example.
Okay,
right?
sure.
I'll give you an example. So let's look at false information that was peddled on the Twitter and the impact that it has had, right? There is, I'll just put it online so you can, on the screen so you can see. So there is an article about a fake account that is being run by a Russian troll. No, not this one. This is another picture that was put on the Twitter, but it was not removed. There's another one which deals with a fake account run by a Russian troll farm who then refused to take it down. Yes. So let me give you this example. You can blow it up, you can see. There's an account created by Russia's Internet Research Agency. It drew 136,000 followers by tweeting divisive messages in the name of the Tennessee Republican Party, the GOP. You go a few pages down to the page after this. Yes. I mean, they'll find it. I'll read it to you. Some of its tweets were deliberately outrageous, such as one in December 2016 that claimed that unarmed black men killed by police officers deserved their fate. It also trafficked in deliberate fake news, claiming just before it was shut down that a photo of the Cleveland Cavaliers NBA championship parade was actually a crowd waiting to hear Donald Trump speak. This is a situation where there is a clear falsehood is being portrayed to influence a particular outcome and suggest a particular political view. That's an example of what myself and Mr. Shanmugam has spoken about, something that's deliberate, online, false. You would accept that that's something that should be taken down?
I would like to point the attention to then 2 paragraphs below, which says, when they gain enough support from the far right that when it was finally shut down, commentators like Reddit's pro-Trump, the Donald Forum expressed outrage. And I feel this feeds very much into Dr. George's point about backfire and how it can be used.
No, that's not the point. The point is...
Yes, I agree, but because you are asking if we think it should be taken down, I think my position here is to counsel that there are certain unintended consequences that also need to be taken into account.
But coming back to our original point, there's fake news, 136,000 followers on Twitter, it's proliferated. It creates a situation where, or it masquerades a situation to drive a particular outcome that's politically motivated. You would agree that something should be done about this, right?
Yes, whether it's legislature or not is a different issue, yes.
Yes. But don't jump the gun. That's something we will come to.
I agree it's not desirable, but then again, like what Kirsten has said, I don't necessarily think it's really in the best interest to take the thing down. Some people, although you have, say, over 100,000 people sharing it, but then again, we do not know the exact nature of sharing. Like example, President Trump's tweets. You have millions of retweets or etc. But then again, a lot of them also are condemning what Trump is saying. So the hundred of thousands that...
No, I'm focusing on this example where the 136,000 were false.
Correct.
Right, using trolls and bots.
Okay.
And let me show you the impact this has had. Maybe I'll show you another article on the same Twitter account. The one that is titled, "Things Americans Are Shocked By in Europe." So, a commentary on the same Tennessee Republican Party account, and this time if you just look at 4 or 5 paragraphs from the top, party officials concerned that people will confuse its page and so on, and a quote from Brent Leatherwood. It was a very disturbing online presence throughout the 2016 election cycle. Leatherwood said racist posts that often appeared on the account exploited divisions in America. Some posts featured anti-immigrant and anti-Muslim messages. It's a shame how quickly people fell into that trap, Leatherwood said. And if you look at the box to the left of that, there's another quote from Mr. Leatherwood. It says, whether it was Russians or not, it should be alarming to all Americans to see how easily our differences can be weaponized and exploited. That must be a matter of concern. Would you agree?
Yes.
And this is occurring in a place like the US where media literacy is reported to be high.
Mr. Tong, if I may just point, if in regards to this point, I think we need to make a distinction between what appears to be an opinion, which is what someone is saying that people deserve to die. So that harsh as it might seem, it is indeed someone's opinion, as compared to deliberately doctored images.
Mr. Lee, wait, hang on. Mm-hmm. That's an opinion that is generated by someone who is not real. It's a bot or a troll.
I would then like to go back to the point that you were talking about, the influence of bots. With all due respect to what the Canadian report has churned out, I managed to find this research that was being done by this group of people that actually prove otherwise. It is a report that is, it's an article in Social Science that is by Kosohi, Roy, and Aro. And I would like to quote what is it?
Mr. Lee, we moved away from the Canadian report. I want to focus on this. And see, the point is, yes, you might debate about whether it's a bot or a troll and what its impact is. But in this case, in this example, 136,000 with the tweets that are not just untrue, but also designed to fan anti-Muslim and discriminatory sentiments. Wouldn't you agree that this is something that should be dealt with?
I think it should be something that should be dealt with, but not in the way of shutting it down. That would be the steps that we can take, which you mentioned many times that we can discuss later, of course. Yeah.
But if you don't,
at this point in time, I think that's sorry if I may. I think there's a need to point out that the common perception that having bots will basically make it go viral. That is seldom the case. This report that I'm reading, on the other hand, again, I'm no expert on this, but based on what I've read so far, it is quite telling that it is not just the bots that are propagating it, but actually human intention to propagate it that is more of an issue.
Whether it is propagated by bots or other humans, you must not forget that the original message is a fake message, false message. Never happened. They dressed up a parade of people watching a basketball game to try to influence people to think that they're all waiting to see Donald Trump speak. That's false. And the impact it has, I will show you when it is not taken down. I'll give you another example from a passage in relation to when there was a congressional hearing and Twitter was asked to explain why it was not taken down and then explain the impact for not taking it down. I'll just show you the transcript excerpt. Okay, while it is coming up, Twitter eventually took 11 months to shut it down. And in 11 months, this account had gathered 152,000 followers, posted a total of 10,000 over total tweets and retweets, of which 9,800 were original tweets. The original tweets from this account received more than 67 million impressions just within the first 7 days after posting. So that's the impact that this false account on Twitter, purveying false information designed to flame anti-Muslim and fuel discriminatory sentiments, had. Wouldn't you agree that something had to be done about it? And even in this case, Twitter apologized for not taking it down earlier.
I'm speaking on behalf of myself. My personal stance is I don't agree on taking down messages, but my personal view is I don't agree on having fake accounts being authorized, being allowed. I do agree. I do think it's the right way to allow people to comment anonymously. But however, you do have to have an account that is tied to yourself so that you can be held accountable for whatever untruth what you are spreading. So in this case, the undesirable comment, like what Mr. Lee has mentioned about, I want to kill someone, that's an opinion. Whether or not the person is held to it, that's up to them. But then it cannot be the thing where a bot is allowed to transmit such ideas, because eventually no one will be held accountable for it. That's my personal view.
Let's look at what real life impact there might be, also in the US, in Texas as well. There is an article in Motherboard. I'll just put it up again.
While that's happening, could I just interject, because I have a slightly different view from Terry. What we've seen just now, it's about the number of followers it has. The number of followers one has does not necessarily correlate to the impact that one has. There are many accounts that might have many followers, but we don't know what the real world impact or change in social mindsets might be. I think there's not necessarily enough research to see how much that works, but I would agree that there should be some response to falsehoods, that it should be debunked and it should be engaged.
Yeah.
Ms. Han, one of the reasons for taking you all through the earlier evidence was actually to tell you some of the sort of evidence that has been given. There has, for example, there was evidence about the impact on the Czech population as a result of falsehoods directed by, they say, a foreign government, where a substantial part of the population believed the foreign propaganda and as a result, has prevented appropriate policy making towards Ukraine. They believe the Ukrainian government are full of fascists. There was heuristic evidence about how we tend to believe falsehoods, particularly if they are very negative. So I think we are going to go around in circles if we sort of agree on some things and then later on we question that evidence. I mean, if you disagree with that evidence, that's fine. It's not a question of everyone has got to agree to everything. But there was some very clear evidence that has been given of populations being impacted, populations being affected, including American population, making choices as a result, violence having erupted, both in Indonesia, US, other places. And I'm sure you've been closely following the evidence. But if you don't believe that falsehoods have any real-world impact, then I think you should be free to say so.
I think that's a mischaracterization of what I say respectfully, sir.
Oh, that's good to hear. Okay, so if we agree that there are real-world consequences, then I think we take it from there.
I was simply responding to the point that the number of followers was used as evidence of impact. And I'm not saying that there is never any impact. Of course, there's a potential for impact, and of course, in some situations, there has been some sort of effect, but I was simply responding to that. In that particular case, we were shown number of followers as evidence of impact, and I was questioning that correlation.
To address that point, Ms. Han, I also told you the number of impressions made within the first 7 days, and it was 67 million from 152,000 followers. And the US Congress also heard that the actual Tennessee GOP Twitter account carried with it only 240,000 impressions in the same period, the first 7 days. So I understand your question, but the point really is that you don't just look at number of followers. You also look at the impressions it creates versus, in contrast, the actual account that it would otherwise have had, the actual impact it would otherwise have had it been a genuine account. And that's
clarify, when we talk about impressions, we're talking about it in Twitter's terms.
Twitter's language.
That just simply refers to the number of people who click on it or open the image So again, I would question using that sort of number as, actual impact on human actions.
Well,
but I see your point that you're trying to make, but I simply wanted to problematize this correlation a little bit. It seems a bit hasty.
Okay, I was going to go back to the other example. So if I may, just refer you to that motherboard article. So quickly take you through the facts and then put some points to you. So there was a protest that took place in the streets of Texas. And if you just look at the bottom paragraph, that's a picture of the protest. If you look at the bottom paragraph, it starts with the first protest called Stop the Islamization of Texas. It was organized by a Facebook group with more than 250,000 followers called Heart of Texas. As it turns out, a counter-protest on the same day, at the same time, in the same location, was also organized by Russian trolls, this time using another Facebook account called United Muslims of America, which had more than 3,000 followers. What neither side, 300,000 followers, I beg your pardon. What neither side could have known was that Russian trolls were encouraging both sides to battle on the streets and create division between real Americans. Over the page, Burr said to the head counsels of the three leading American internet companies, Google, Facebook, Twitter, paying for the ads and causing this disruptive event in Houston cost Russia about $200. So this is another example, which to me was startling, at least, that you could use the internet, use trolls, use bots, have two sites come to the same location, create a demonstration in the US for as little as $200. And that's something that is obviously through the use of false information and also playing up on the sentiments of people who visit these sites. Would you not agree?
Yes, in fact, it's certainly a falsehood. But if you look at this particular case, I'm not sure about the Twitter example you gave earlier, but this particular case was among the cases that was cited in the US government indictment of the Russian agents. So again, that was using existing laws. It was already illegal in existing law, and they used existing law to take action against these particular Russian trolls. So yeah, in this case, whereas a statement causes harm and it's against the law, certainly whether it's stated offline or online, it would still be illegal.
Right. And do you disagree?
I think this would be a clearer example of real-world impact rather than number of Twitter followers. But I would also say that perhaps later we will talk about what might contribute to something like that.
All right. But I think the point I'm trying to make to all of you is the context in which we are being asked to evaluate not only deliberate online falsehoods, what has to be done about it, and the impact it has on society, is, I think, a fairly clear view that if you peddle falsehoods in this fashion, in the examples I've given, then something has to be done about it. You agree?
Yes.
I think there's an instance of individuals who are trying to incite unrest, and in that case, yes, something should be done about it.
Now, I want to show you something that Claire Waddell wrote to us in her submission. And it was Claire Waddell to the UK Parliament. And in fact, again, I'll put it up on the screen so you can see it. So she gave evidence not long ago, on the 8th of February, 2018. I'll read it while it gets on the screen. She was asked, something that concerns me slightly is, in the legislature or regulation system, not to cause another problem, because would it not be right that there will be other players waiting to come into the space, wanting to set up, wanting to play fake news? That must be a danger as well across the world. And she says, to your point too about the media, I think one question we are not talking about or not thinking through enough is that if you are a disinformation agent, the thing that you really want is amplification by the mainstream media. They are targeting journalists, they are targeting mainstream media, because for them they see debunks as a form of encouragement. They are planting false information on sites. Ultimately, the point of what many disinformation agents are trying to do is to simply cause confusion. It is not about any one particular rumor. It is about getting any country to a point where the citizenry say, we can't trust anybody anymore, and my fear is that we're getting there pretty quickly. This comment reflects the fact that sometimes it is not one major event or one major falsehood that causes the problem, but what one regards as the slow drip or pernicious effect. Would you agree?
Yes.
And this can sometimes arise when disinformation is slowly fed about the state of certain affairs or a state of certain events or institutions, the purpose of which is to slowly undermine trust in that institution. Correct? No? Go ahead.
Yes, I agree. But I'm just trying to wrap this on my head because the example mentioned, I agree that it totally it's not desirable. But then it falls under cyber espionage, isn't it?
No, leave aside how we categorize
okay.
it, which you'll get to. And I've also moved away from the example.
Okay,
that example
sure.
is one clear event that is a single event, single occasion when they went onto the street. But I'm now trying to pick up from what Ms. Waddle is saying in terms of the other possibility that you get a series of smaller, slower, more pernicious kind of disinformation campaigns designed ultimately to weaken an institution. That's also one of concern, would you agree?
I agree. In fact, you can just drip that with together with some truth and false, so slowly gaining a trust of followers.
Yes.
But then again, as I said, if it's by agents from foreign country, that should be under espionage. Okay, thanks.
As I said, we leave the categorization later. Now, in terms of how one responds to this, again, we've heard a series of different propositions given to us. I know Ms. Han tried to go there earlier, but I'll just tell you what are some of the responses given to us in terms of how we should have countermeasures in place. Obviously, legislation is one solution, but along with that, some other suggestions include the conduct of more studies on the problem to examine the ambit of it, to enlist the cooperation of technology companies using their abilities, using their IT skills, using the level of technology that they have. Public education was something emphasized by a few commentators. Media literacy as a long-term solution was also suggested to us. Having a centralized fact-checking agency, having an independent fact-checking entity to verify these facts. All in all, a multi-pronged solution which has a range of solutions for different issues, differentiated depending on the nature that of the problem you're dealing with, including legislation, would be the right approach. Would you agree?
I would actually disagree to that. From what I can,
okay, hold on.
All the points that you have.
Sorry, Mr. Lee. Since you say you
Yes.
disagree, can you explain the nature of your disagreement so that we are clear?
My disagreement is on the point of legislation, because I've read nothing so far that basically tells me legislation will actually help. The other points, yes, definitely you need to have fact-checking bodies. You need to have non-government groups, independent councils to do this, and better education, civil society getting involved, for sure,
Right.
yes, except for legislation.
So legislation has been suggested to us by members of the religious organizations, by Dr. Shashi Kumar, by Dr. Carol Soon, by several foreign commentators and experts, by representatives even of tech companies, but you would disagree.
I think
Maybe you can answer,
I'm getting
Mr. Lee,
from,
maybe you can answer the question first,
Yes.
then you can explain.
No, which is what I'm trying to get to. I think the point, or rather the sense that I'm getting from them, is that legislation should be considered as a very last option when essentially all things fail. Am I right? Am I right to say that?
No, you're not right to say that as a general characterization, but even if you do say that, you would accept that legislation is one of the items in the regime that should be available to deal with online falsehoods. Would you accept?
As recommended by these various individuals, yes, it's something that they have brought up, yes.
I would differ from that. I would disagree that additional legislation to police content for deliberate online falsehoods is necessary.
So you don't think any additional legislation is necessary?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you familiar with the evidence given by previous experts or representatives who have said otherwise?
I wouldn't say I have a comprehensive view, but my personal view would be to disagree with them when they say legislation is necessary.
Now,
Sorry, if I may cut in, I think there's already a lot of existing legislation. I mean, that's Maura's position has been very clear on that. So we may certainly want to apply existing legislation or modify it at the margins. But again, until we see a specific proposal, it's very hard to comment whether legislation is desirable.
and you would take that view even in the knowledge that the Dean of the SMU Law Faculty disagrees with that and proposed and explained why existing legislation would not suffice to deal with the problem that we have.
I'm not familiar with the specifics of his proposal.
Right.
I have read his proposal and I strongly disagree with it.
But Mr. Nyam, you have not seen the proposal.
I've not in detail.
Right. So you would hold that view even in the knowledge that the law professor, Dean of the SMU Law Faculty, holds a different view?
I'm not sure whether the Dean is speaking from a legal part of the law perspective or whether he's speaking from public policy perspective.
No, it doesn't really matter. I mean, he's speaking from a legal perspective as someone analyzing the sufficiency of the laws relevant to the issues that we're grappling with.
Again,
I think
these
the
are
Dean is
hypothetical.
entitled to his
Until we
opinion,
see the
but yeah.
specifics.
One at a time.
Until we see the specific proposal, it's very hard to say whether it will be justifiable.
Which you haven't seen.
Correct.
Right, thank you. Now, earlier I think we agreed that when you look at the landscape and you consider the DOFs that we have to deal with and how we should deal with it, one should have regard to the context, our local context in which we are facing and therefore addressing the problem. Correct? Would you accept these propositions that by and large trust in the Singapore government is high compared to countries such as the US, UK, France, Germany, at least on the World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness Index, on the Edelman Trust Barometer, on other relevant world ranking studies that have done on trust of the population in government? Would you accept?
I think qualitatively I would accept that. However, I would caution against using the Edelman Trust Barometer specifically, considering that it ranks China and the UAE as higher trust than Singapore in terms of trust in government and media, as well as NGOs.
All right. But you have no reason to disagree with that apart from this.
Qualitatively speaking, certainly we have a high level of governance in Singapore.
All right. And would you also accept that in terms of trust in the judiciary, we are one of the highest in the world, if not the highest?
Wow. It's hard to...
Hard to say.
I don't know.
Well,
I mean, again, yeah.
The World Economic Forum's Global Competitiveness Report ranks us as number 1, the US as number 8, the UK as number 6, France and Germany as 30th and 15th respectively.
I think those surveys tend to be business-oriented. So from a commercial point of view, I'm sure we have a very efficient legal system which will be appreciated by businesses.
Well, I think if you look at the study, which I'm not sure if you've looked at, you will see that it is not based on competition in the form you've just outlined. It is certainly not commercial in nature. Have you studied the report?
I have not seen the report, but I'm happy to take what you've said.
No, I'm just trying to understand the context. What about trust in police? Would you accept that it is, again, relative to the other countries, as well as on an absolute basis, trust in the police would be high? Again, if you take the Gallup,
that's probably true,
take the Gallup studies, Singapore is ranked number 1, the US at 26, and UK at 26 as well with a score of 85, and France at 54. Mm-hmm. Any disagreement with that?
No, I accept that.
So when you contrast and compare and contrast Singapore with some of these more established jurisdictions who have been dealing with online falsehoods, finding ways to tackle them, grapple with them, one has to consider the context in which we are looking at the problem and maybe proposing solutions and countermeasures. One cannot throw out the baby with the bathwater by saying that we've got to reconstruct everything. We will have to retain and look at what has worked for us. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah,
No
obviously,
disagreement,
yes,
right?
we should be.
Yes. And in the context of looking at where we are, I'd like to just put up a table that sets out where we are in terms of different aspects like education, housing, police, judiciary, and just put that out there and let you have a look at it and see the numbers that I cited earlier, where I got them from. Do we have this table? The one with Singapore in the middle and the boxes at the side. So I know it's a bit small, but we'll zoom into the relevant portion, starting with education. Look at our rankings over there. First out of 72 countries in OECD. And NTU and NUS have progressively gone up in ranking. They are now 11th and 15th. Literacy rate is high. If you look at the police, Gallup has ranked Singapore police top out of 135 countries. Likewise, the other two studies. Life expectancy, second longest healthy life expectancy at birth in the world. Government and media, we've gone through those numbers which you've seen. Housing, Singapore has one of the highest home ownership rates in the world at 90%. Mercer ranks Singapore first out of 231 countries for city infrastructure. On the right, quality of life, UN Development Programme ranks Singapore as 5th in the world in Human Development Index. Mercer ranks Singapore top city in Asia Pacific. Economic Intelligence Unit ranks Singapore as the 6th best country. Just go down to healthcare. Bloomberg ranks Singapore as 4th in the world. Second bullet point, second most efficient healthcare system. And a 2016 study published by The Lancet, which is a leading medical journal, scored 188 countries on health goals set by UN, and Singapore held the top spot. On the judiciary, you've seen those numbers, the box in green. And on rule of law, Singapore is ranked 96th percentile. Heritage Foundation Index, economic freedom ranks Singapore second out of 180 countries. Quality of governance, PRC ranked Singapore first among 16 countries. Transparency International ranked Singapore 6th out of 180, and the World Economic Forum I showed you earlier. Would you accept that one has to consider our climate in the context of these indicators around Singapore and about Singapore?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And part of the reason we have got to this level must be because we have maintained a degree of balance between our different and diverse racial, religious, and cultural groups that coexist in Singapore. Would you accept?
I think that's a precondition for the existence of Singapore.
You put it as a precondition. Thank
Correct.
you. You wouldn't disagree, right? And therefore,
I tend to.
Yes, Mr. Lee.
I'm sorry. I think you could be talking at different points. Our race and religious issues should not be conflated with many of these results, if you ask me.
Right. I think then I'll just reflect that as a disagreement between you and the rest of the panelists. Would you also accept that there is then a need to take this into account as we decide how to deal with online falsehoods and what measures to take, particularly since studies have shown, and I think our representatives have told us, that purveyors of DOFs online tend to exploit racial and religious lines to achieve their ends. So one has to strike that balance and be very mindful of it. Would you agree?
Yes, and that's what we need to discuss today.
Thank you. Now I want to come to one or two more examples before I then go into some of the specific submissions. So if I may ask you to just go back to the screen, and I'd like to show you a Facebook page that is called Ban Islam Now. You will have it on the screen in a moment. Have any of you seen this before or come across it? So this was a page on Facebook, and just quickly reading this posting. As we summarize the Quran's commands to kill gays, stone women who have sex, coerce child brides, kidnap and rape non-Muslim women, general calls for the genocide of deviants, dissidents and unbelievers, and a strict law to murder anyone who leaves this cult, we learn something important. One cannot favor both human rights and Islam. BanIslamNow.com. Would you accept that while this is obviously a statement of opinion or a statement of a view of this website, it is not something that we should tolerate in Singapore?
I think that will be quite obvious, because as I said, there's many existing laws which cover this.
No, Mr. Niam, I know you're very anxious to get to the laws and so on. That wasn't my question. The question is, should we tolerate this and have this freely circulate in our online community in Singapore?
Mr. Tong, if I may, I think it should not be tolerated simply because it's factually incorrect.
Would you not accept that it is so?
Now, it could be an opinion, but it's factually incorrect in that it tries to separate human rights from Islam. To my knowledge, Islam as a faith actually is quite acceptable to human rights. Yeah.
Thank you. I think Ms. Han would not disagree, right? That it should not be tolerated. Now, another website, Truth About Talmud. Have you come across it? I'll put it on so that you can see it. There's one which has the headline, "Non-Jews exist to serve Jews." Okay, this is another one. About the divide between the Israeli and the Palestinians. And then there's another one which says, "Non-Jews exist to serve Jews." Again, would you accept that these comments have no place in the online world? I mean, leaving aside true or false, these are opinions that touch on crucial issues of race, religion, and multicultural harmony. Accept?
I would say that they should be addressed. I wouldn't necessarily phrase it as no place in the online world, because that sounds a little bit like censorship, but I would agree that they would have to be addressed.
Well, I guess we get to then what should be addressed about it, and maybe it's opportune to look at what Facebook then said about it and deal with it. If you look at the House of Commons debate, and at the hearing where Mr. Simon Milner, who was also here before us, he had been asked some questions about these two sites. And if I can refer you to question 423, where he was asked about these two, yes, that I've just showed you. You just quickly cast your eye over this. You see he was referred to those sites. And right at the bottom of that paragraph, it says, you still have on Facebook a couple of the pages that we raised with you. One is called Ban Islam, and the other is called The Truth About Talmud, both of which have some deeply offensive and racist things on them. His answer, about 6 lines from the top, these pages in and of themselves do not violate, because we can make it clear that you can criticize religions, but you cannot express hate against people of their religion. Ban Islam is a page that is designed to criticize Islam as a religion. It is not expressly in and of itself designed to attack Muslims. That is also true of The Truth About Talmud and the other 2 pages regarding the Holocaust that you have notified to us. This would reflect the tech companies, in this case Facebook's, policy approach to when they would remove or not remove online content, right? Would you say that this is something that should be determined by the tech companies themselves, or should we find a way to self-regulate and decide for ourselves what values we want in our society and what kind of information should be available online?
I think this is a very complex issue, and I would be wary of trusting one source of deciding what should be regulated and what should be allowed or not, be it Facebook or any other party.
Can I just address Ms. Han's point? I think there's a difference between the rules governing the regulation, which is what Mr. Milner is explaining, and a sense of what we say is a reflection of society's feelings as to what is right or wrong. Those are different things. Would you agree?
Yes, but the key is really how do we actually get an accurate reflection of what society thinks, and who has the power to determine what society thinks on society's behalf.
Yes, I can go by these examples, which is why I put it to you, to get a sense of what you, as people who write content, publish, edit content, and put it online, what you think. And I think the consensus was that, say for, I think, Mr. Lee, you would not tolerate this, using the language loosely. So would you accept that that's something that should be delegated to what the tech companies decide entirely? Or would you feel that as a society, we ourselves, the state, should have a role to play in that?
I think there is a difference here between when I said it should be addressed and this question about whether Facebook took it down, because when I said it should be addressed, I did not actually mean that it should be taken down. I definitely do think that it should be responded to, that it should be rebutted, and it should be debunked. But I think there's a difference between saying, I feel it should be addressed, and that Facebook or a government or some other organization should be able to decide that it's something that needs to be.
And you would accept that, therefore, the tools necessary to address it, be it removing it, debunking it, issuing a post that corrects it, should be available?
I think that is what we're here to discuss today, yes.
No, would you agree that those tools must then therefore be available?
I would agree that there should be tools to address it and respond to it, but I do not necessarily agree that it should be taken down.
But it will be situational depending on which post, what it says, and post to post. A question of degree.
I would generally, as a rule, highly counsel against takedowns because of issues that perhaps you might want to discuss later, but I would point to questions, again, of backfire effectiveness, and I would highly recommend that we look at non-legal measures.
But for you to have the range of options that you have to debunk it and so on, would you not need tools to deal with that as well? I mean, your idea of debunking it might, in one case, be to issue a clarification or to require these companies who host these platforms to carry a clarification. But would you not need tools to allow you to do that as well?
Of course, there should be tools to debunk it. My specific point was to counsel against resorting to takedowns and censorship.
No, I know. What you're saying is that it's not necessarily just take down or should be take down. But my point is the broader one, that whatever option you decide is appropriate for this remedy, to deal with this online falsehood or to deal with these comments which are not religiously or racially harmonious, one must have the ability to do it in the first place.
I don't really follow this question, because surely if it's on Facebook, we do have the ability to respond to it, either through our own Facebook pages, commenting on that page.
If you feel that the best approach in this case is to have Facebook themselves on this site, same site where one would land when you see the ban of Islam or ban Islam, to carry the same clarification at the same location, you would need to make sure that you're able to tell Facebook to do it, and they must then do it. Would you agree?
Yes.
So my view on this is that I agree with what Mr. Miller has given evidence that the page, if it's criticizing the religion, should be allowed because it's fair opinion. But it's a different thing when you direct hate towards individuals or people. So, but I'm puzzled at why the 2 pages are not considered as hate speeches, because
but that's Mr. Shi. That's a separate point. I mean, obviously that's something that
So,
Mr. Miller was asked as well.
Yes. So my view is that the Facebook should have taken down the 2 pages, and then they should be felt accountable to the policy that they have set out. So obviously the question is, would the government compel them to follow to what they have said?
But that's the point, isn't it? I mean, in exploring a range of options available, and I appreciate entirely Ms. Han's viewpoint that one doesn't necessarily resort to takedowns. But within the range of options that you have, you must be able to enforce it, and you must be able to effectively carry it out and see it through. There's no point saying that yes, the right approach is to debunk it and to deal with it, but we don't have the tools to do so. Stands to reason, right?
Well, I cannot answer on behalf of Facebook, but as content providers, as in the platform owner, they would have to actually set out what's their stance on such matter. Because
I know, but in this case, leaving aside Facebook's own position.
My view is that the 2 pages should have taken down based on their policy.
Yes, and if they're not,
then they have to be questioned on why is it not considered as hate speeches.
And should there then be remedies available to do so?
I can't answer for them.
What's your view?
My view is that there should be a mutual understanding between the government and the company on what is the expectation of the company as a platform, and providing such so-called means of communication, right, and to be responsible in hosting the content.
If there's no such mutual understanding, then should there be remedies?
Should there be remedies? Well, again, my view is it.
Of course, your view.
If really in terms of this type of content, I would say yes, there should be some way in which the government can compel them to actually take down the content, because it is. In our national context, it is illegal, it is inflammatory. So it's in the national security, the harmless kind of context, we should allow that. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to show you one other example, and this time it's on YouTube.
Sorry, for my interject on this, I think the question is whether the responsibility is the duty, or rather, if we don't have tools against it, do we want to use the tools against the internet, say Facebook or the network, or against the person who actually produced it?
But that's a question of how we apply the remedies, right? In some cases, it'll be appropriate to go after the content provider, and in some cases, the host. So, but no, we're not there. I'm just looking at the content as being of this nature, and I think I understand Mr. Shi's point. Thank you. Now, I want to show you another example, just another 1 or 2 more on YouTube. And this is a picture of Dr. David Duke with a caption. And the caption says, Jews admit organizing white genocide. And again, in this case, Mr. Barron, who's from Google, which owns YouTube, was then asked to explain why this was not taken down. And I'd like to show you his response. If you can look at the response and go to question number 415. Yes, thank you. Mr. Barron was asked, where in it is there actually something that justifies the title, Jews Admit Organizing White Genocide? Mr. Barron said, I'm not going to defend the content of the video. I found it abhorrent and offensive. However, the important question which relates to the wider issue of freedom of expression is whether that content is illegal and whether it breaks our guidelines. Our policy and legal experts arrived at a conclusion that it didn't. I think everyone in this room would agree that it was deeply distasteful. Question, but your own guidelines say that it is not acceptable to post malicious, hateful comments about a group of people solely based on their race or religion or so on. How on earth is the phrase, Jews admit organizing white genocide, as well as being clearly false, not a statement that is malicious or hateful comment about a group of people solely based on race, religion, or the other protected characteristics that your own guidelines and community standards say are unacceptable? Mr. Barron then says, conclusion in this case is that it didn't break our policy guidelines. would you, Mr. Shi, put this YouTube posting in the same category as the earlier two Facebook postings as well?
Based on the, I have not seen the content, but based on the title, if it's, it would basically meet the criteria of targeting a specific races.
And in this case, despite apparently it meeting it, and certainly the committee here thought so, Facebook, or in this case YouTube or Google, didn't remove it, and in fact said, well, it doesn't breach our content guidelines. The UK legislators were powerless to force them to do so. So it begs the question, I think, of what kind of standards then do we want to see in our society? Is it standards that are imposed or dictated by tech companies who host these sites? Or should we ourselves have a say in what these standards ought to be? Especially when we're confronted with what I regard in this case as quite a clear example, but the tech companies refuse to take a position.
Yeah, but that brings me to if the so-called the committee would be aware of a recent video that was viral created by a U.S. vlogger. What's his name? I don't know. Was taken at the suicide forest in Japan. So apparently YouTube did not. YouTube did not want to take down that video and went viral. However, eventually it took down, not because of countries, the hosting country or Japan asking it to take down because it's so insensitive, but because of the backlash created by netizens, people who are offended by the video. So I'm a bit halfway here and halfway there, because the thing is, although...
No, Mr. Shi,
Yes.
maybe so that you're not halfway.
Sure.
Let me explain where this is, the point I'm trying to make.
Sure.
The point, I think, objectively, is that we all have a view on what this video or what the caption is trying to portray.
Right.
And certainly, the chairman and the committee in the UK had their same view. And put it to Mr. Barron that on any way of looking at it, it ought to breach the policy and therefore should be taken down.
Agree.
So it's nothing to do with whether netizens have an outcry or some other views that express. But objectively looking at the standards in society that you wish to have versus the content that is being purveyed. But in this case, they refused to do so and said it's not a breach. And my question to you is, should we accept that and move on? Or should there be other levers which we can then deploy to give effect to a response that we want to give? And I take on board Ms. Han's point that the response can be a takedown, may not be a takedown, or it can be a range of other non-takedown options as well. But the fact of the matter is that, would you accept that not being able to do anything about it because they then take the view that it's not part of the guidelines or not a breach of the guidelines is acceptable?
If you ask me in my personal position, I would say I would not agree to say ask YouTube to take down the video, but I would as much as I can, based on my personal powers, to campaign for that video to be taken down. Because the thing is, right, as I said, YouTube, although as big as a company it is actually very susceptible to public opinion.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to work out something that is outside of public opinion. In other words, trying to define the issue.
But that's the thing. If the content is that, how is that, seditious or very controversial, total falsehood, no one in the right mind would support its existence.
Yes, but in this case, it was this kind of comment and this kind of content, and it was not.
But I agree that it's unacceptable that the Google representative would to answer in this way, that whatever is written there is different. It does not violate its policy, but
Right.
when he created it,
So the additional question then is, since it is unacceptable, as you say, to answer in this way and take this position, should there be a step that can be taken to remedy this?
Mr. Tong, if I may, I'll just add in at this point, I agree with you that every society has a right to at least debate on what they find acceptable and not acceptable, and if necessary to take that action. But by that society, I think we also need to consider that a lot of these social media platforms, including YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, actually constitute their own society, which is a fairly global population. And in no way trying to justify any of these social media giants. I think we need to take that into consideration in their policy making, that they are basically answering to the need of their societies in that sense.
Of course. And you're right, Mr. Lee, and in some ways also commercially driven, because the more they have in their society, as you call it, therefore the more eyeballs they have on their sites, and the more commercially profitable their sites would be.
For whatever the justifications be for commercial reasons or for building that community, I think we should accept that that is their position.
Yeah, but you would accept that whatever is their position, we as a society ourselves must have our own position and be in a position to decide for ourselves what level of tolerance we have for sites like this, which in one site it might undermine race relations, in another it might undermine religious relations, and we must have the right to decide for ourselves what we want to do about these sites, right?
I think it is right for Singapore society to decide for itself, but I think it would be fairly hubris of us to think that we represent Facebook society.
No, we don't, but we must obviously have the right to decide for ourselves as a state, as a society,
yes,
as Singapore.
As a part to play in the wider system, the wider ecosystem that make up these social media giants. Yes.
Right. So you would agree with my proposition, except that you do say that we must take into account that wider ecosystem that they have, that these platforms have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Thank you.
Yep. Agree. Yep.
Was there anything else? Did I cut you off, Ms. Han? No. Okay. So let me show you one more example, and then I'll go down to your specific submissions. And I want to ask you to look at a story about National Action. Are you familiar with this movement? Okay, I'll show it to you. So National Action is, if you just read the byline over there, a neo-Nazi organization accused of being more radical than the BNPs. And so if you just quickly cast your eye down this article, Alex Davis has described the National Action as like the BNP but more radical. The group openly idolizes Adolf Hitler, advocates ethnic cleansing, and has voiced support for Thomas Mayer, the far-right terrorist who murdered Labour MP Joe Cox. And if you go over the page, what is National Action? It is this short description of it. It's a neo-Nazi group established in 2013. Is National Action linked to violence? It has posted comments online such as, "Our thoughts go out to Thomas Mayer," and only 649 MPs to go in relation to Joe Cox's unfortunate death. Over the page, although National Action has targeted Muslims, it is chiefly anti-Semitic, propagating Jewish conspiracy theories while fostering a deep obsession with violence. Now, YouTube has been hosting sites associated with National Action, and that has prompted the Home Affairs Committee from the UK to clarify with YouTube why that wasn't removed. And I'll just quickly ask you to look over the next few exchanges which define the problem. So there is a letter of 7 March 2018 from the committee chair to Google. And in the opening paragraphs, it seeks to ask for an immediate explanation as to why YouTube is continuing to host and promote, through your search engines, propaganda from the proscribed far-right extremist organization National Action. Proscribed is something which refers to the fact that it has been outlawed or made illegal, despite repeated promises to do so. Despite promises that this video will be removed, it is still on YouTube. It shows either hopeless incompetence or a shameful abdication of responsibility. A few days later, this was still not removed, and the representative from Google was then summoned before the committee, and I'll ask you to look at the transcripts of 13th of March 2018, which is just about 2 weeks ago. And at question 483, you'll see that the chair had welcomed everyone to the emergency session and so on, talked about the National Action, and then asked directly, why is it still up on the platform? And William McCann said, I want to say, to begin with, that we apologize for these videos being on our platform. They should not have been there. You should not have had to come back to us repeatedly, and that there were 4 videos which are from a proscribed terrorist organization. You just go over the page to 484. Chair had asked, then why? Why is it that when we raised it with you and you said it would be taken off, it is still not there? And then Mr. McCann said, well, because the technology that they employed to remove it requires an exact match. That was his first answer. And then 485, Chair says, then why don't you tell the reviewers? The reviewers are the people who then review the content and decide whether it is to be taken off. McCann says, make a valid point. We are fine-tuning our technology, making sure that we are spotting even smaller clips, and so on. I'll ask you to refer to a different question now. 553. At 553, the same Mr. McCann is asked, why has it taken so long? And then it's put to him, it's really disturbing, but not only for this committee, but for anybody watching, that it has taken the committee so many occasions to try to take a singular video down. 554, where are the reviewers based? They are all over the world. These particular reviewers that made the call, I believe one was in Europe, 2 and 3 individuals were involved. I'm not sure where they are based. Chair says, you do not even know where these 4 individuals are based? Answer, no, I do not. Question 555, we have a large team of reviewers based in Ireland, which is not in the UK. 558, Chair says, 6 days on from raising this and sending you the letter on behalf of the committee, you still do not even know where the individuals involved were based or whether they were YouTube employees or contracted, or whether they were contracted out. How many of the people who make these decisions are not YouTube employees? Answer, generally, I do not know a number. And this vein goes on for a while. Now, I picked this to illustrate a point, that even in a situation where, unlike the other examples, where in this case Google says, yes, it doesn't comport with my policy, it should be taken down. There are apparently technical difficulties in taking it down. So again, my question to you and my point to you is, should there be some remedy at the end of the day? If takedown is the right approach, then to require the takedown. If some other way of debunking it, in your words, Ms. Han, is required, then to require them to do that, as opposed to having legislators spend some time chasing their tail, in this case, over a video that is obviously offensive, that promotes the killing of the local MP, and but for one reason or another, for a protracted period of time, Google just can't seem to be able to do it or seem to have the gumption to go and do it. Would you agree?
I think perhaps, could I just seek some clarification? So I certainly don't dispute that all these major tech companies are facing massive tech and personnel and probably process issues with how they regulate the content that shows up on their platforms. And definitely there have been long-standing criticisms about community standards of Facebook, Twitter, Google. But to just seek clarification, because these specific examples that we've looked at are examples of locals basically perpetuating abhorrent views targeted at their own community. So if this were to happen in Singapore in such an example, we would already have Sedition Act and all these other laws to do that. So for example, when YouTube said our question was whether it breached guidelines or whether it's illegal, in a Singaporean context, it would be illegal already. So are we also talking about then government action to be able to compel tech companies to address all other inflammatory or abhorrent content from other parts of the world targeted at other populations? Because that seems to suggest a very wide range of content that we'll be policing.
I'm simply saying this. If one takes the view, as no doubt you would have seen that committee took, that this is a video or this is a link that should be removed, should be taken down. And for one reason or another, even if YouTube agrees that it is within their policy or it breaches their policy, so it should be taken down, but it is not, then should there be a remedy to allow that to happen?
In the context of takedown orders, I would really urge the committee to not have such remedies in this context. But I do agree that other ways of response, yes, of course, it's fair that we should be able to respond in some way.
I understand you, Ms. Han. I mean, I use this as an example of, obviously, I mean, in your series of examples, you might take the view that a takedown may not be necessary, but some other form of debunking would be. But I'm simply taking the UK community's example. They have decided that it should be taken down, but for one reason or another, it's not. So I'm simply saying, using that example, if takedown was determined to be the right approach on that basis, would you not agree that if they are not able to fulfill it, then some remedy must be available to achieve that outcome?
It has been taken down in this case, was it not?
No. Leave that aside. Subsequently, obviously, it has been. After, as you can see, a protracted period of time. But using that as an example, if it, for one reason or another, and in fact, in this case, there are many reasons or another why it was not taken down, from reviewers to the data match and so on, would you not agree that the remedy must be available to allow that to be effected?
I think it would.
Sorry, Mr. Tong, if...
Can you let Ms. Han answer, and then I'll come back to you? Okay.
Sure, yeah.
I think the government would be well within its rights to engage with the social media companies, the tech companies, about the content that they find problematic. I would just counsel against passing anything that would allow the government to become an arbiter of what should be and should not be allowed.
Yes, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Tong, you did mention that it was eventually taken down. So it would appear that you're in this case, the UK Parliament's wish has been fulfilled. So why would this still be an issue unless you're talking about taking it down immediately? Is that what I get the sense you're trying
obviously,
to say?
the UK committee felt that it should have been taken down much earlier. So I'm using that as the landscape. And I think also to address Ms. Han's point, if it is not done in the way that you feel is the right remedy, and I hasten to add, it depends on the situation, and I take your point that it may be a debunking that's necessary, or like in this example, the committee thought a takedown was necessary. But if it is not done, whichever is the chosen form of response, then should there be the right to insist and then eventually compel that remedy? That's my question.
I see what you mean, but the reason I counsel against legislation that will allow that sort of compelling is because there are many other effects of such legislation.
Yes,
and so I agree that it is not an ideal scenario, and it is, it will be frustrating to some, but I would say that the local government would be well within their rights to continually engage with these tech companies and flag how they believe that it's a breach of the community standards, that it's a highly problematic content. But that's why I would say I would not agree that there should be a measure that will allow the government to compel, for instance, removal.
But in this case, they agree that it should be removed. It's not as if they don't, but it's not done.
I think this then is a process issue that their tech issues were not up to speed. So it's not a case of, the government having to force their hand. It really was an issue that they've already acknowledged and they've already said that they will work on.
And if in your example, or in your own sense, a debunking was necessary, not a takedown, but was necessary, and you decide on a specific set of measures to debunk it, and the platforms don't effect it, should you then have a remedy to compel it?
Could you give like a more specific example of how
I'm going by your
for example, like a sort of transparency.
If you take the view that a certain set of measures, whatever they might be, is the appropriate and necessary response to debunking this site or this falsehood, but the companies or the tech companies refuse to do it or are unable to do it, would you feel that the remedy should be available to force that?
I would support remedies that enhance transparency. So, for example, if there would be,
Ms. Han,
yes, I'm getting to the
because
point.
I'm trying to understand your position, and that's why I'm using your postulations for this.
Yes, so that's why I'm getting. That's why, if it's in the interest of transparency rather than censorship, I would support measures that would allow governments to then say, look, this needs to be labeled that this was funded by this person, or it comes from this source, the provenance needs to be clear. I would support that sort of measures.
Mr. Tong, can I also add that, sorry, question, go ahead.
Howard, you want to go ahead first?
Yes, I just want to add that when we're talking about debunking, I mean, what you've said have kind of led me to the conclusion, I apologize if I'm wrong, it's kind of led me to the conclusion that you think that to debunk it, you need the tech company to do something about it. Where in actuality, no, there are plenty of measures that you can take to debunk
Yeah, but
this.
sorry, Mr. Lee, I think we are at cross purposes. I was trying to address it based on what Ms. Han herself was saying earlier about requiring them to debunk it. But I take your point that there could be a range of other measures which we have spoken about.
I would agree with Howard that there are a range of ways to address and respond and debunk something like such content without requiring the tech companies to do something. I mean, we all have our own YouTube and Facebook accounts. Why could we not start there as well?
Okay, let me maybe show you. You want to say something?
Yeah. See, the thing is, right, in this case, Google, YouTube itself acknowledged that it violates their policy, and then because of the reviewers not unable to take a look at the video or whatever reason is unable to take down. So the thing is, it's not about the TikTok issue, because by their own they should have taken down the video,
but they did not.
But they didn't. Yeah. So the thing is, it's not about compelling them to take down, but the thing is, how are they compelled to hasten the whole process? So again, my own personal view, there should be. But the thing is, because Facebook is an international company, it's not like a local company where you can compel. Because if it's a local company, I would say, legislation speaking, you will have say, if they are unable to comply with this at the time, do you fine them on a daily basis? Yeah.
Mr. Shi, don't for the moment, okay,
Yes.
don't conflate what we say should be done with how it should be done.
Sure.
Okay, that can always be
Sure.
a process that we engage on later on.
Yep.
But I think I'm just focused on what we say should be done. And maybe the best way of looking at this is just to show you another example of what was put on Twitter. Okay, can we put up the picture of on Twitter that was not taken down? Yeah, so we saw this earlier. It's a graphic image, and it's obviously one which is designed to fuel and fan discriminatory sentiments. There's a white Caucasian lady giving birth with immigrant men around her, killing the baby as well. It's a very graphic image, and it came up in the UK Parliament too. And Twitter was asked why this was not taken down, and they said this is not against our policy. Now, as content providers for each of you, would you agree that this is something that should be removed?
I think it is abhorrent, but I don't agree that it should be removed or that we should be able to compel its removal. I do think I would definitely recommend more engagement with Twitter. If they don't think it violates their policy, then it seems like there should be engagement about that policy. But I would counsel against
I think
being hasty in passing laws that will allow
I
the
think you made
compelling.
the point. I mean, the point that Twitter made in response to the UK hearing when they were asked about this is that this did not breach their policies. So we are not in the YouTube video scenario. They take the view that it doesn't breach their policy, so we're not taking it down. But my question was a different one. Is if you are faced with this, then would you not want to decide for yourself as a society what it is that we should be having pervade within our own society, and decide on what, if any, potential negative influences it might have, which might undermine our social cohesion by way of racial or religious divides?
I think we keep talking about society as if it's a homogeneous thing that we can pin down. This is what society thinks. This is what society wants. It's not so simple, in my view, that is so easily arrived at. I agree that probably a lot of people, and I would hope a majority of society, finds such an image abhorrent. But I will repeat again, and I think this point will stand no matter how many examples I see, that we should not be able to have one body be the arbiter of what is acceptable.
Would you put this online, any of you?
I personally would not put this online.
I mean, again, I will not put it online simply because it's bad taste. I mean, for anything, I put my own name too, but whether other people might use it is a different story. For example, you are using it here to illustrate examples. So clearly you don't think it's inflammatory enough not to show in Singapore.
You know, this was shown in the UK as an example, and I think it's a good example of what differences of views might be and what one might regard as offensive and what tech company might then regard as not a breach of their policy. So it's used in that context.
Correct. I think we would all agree it's offensive. Whether it's illegal is a different question.
No, see, I personally also would not put this out. But the thing is, this content is hosted on a platform that's international.
But you're getting into the how.
Yeah, yes. I was saying how is like.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go another way. We as a country, we find this horrid. We want this to be taken down. But let's say there's another community around the world that has more individual than us, that Twitter also has a base there and supports this. So where should this company stand? In terms of content, whether should it be taken down or supported by the other group that say this content should be left up there? I think it becomes a pool between like who should they stand when it comes to this, because we find it offensive and therefore we should take it down. If this was in Singapore, I would say take it down. But the thing is, it's in a situation where this content is available elsewhere, or is it even put up by another place?
So let's go back to your explanation, but keep it to Singapore.
Okay.
If it's Singapore, you would agree it should be taken down.
If it's in Singapore, I would say yes, it should be taken out, especially since our laws would say that this is pretty much illegal.
Yeah. Right. Now, one of the points that I think come through in all of your submissions is you say that it's not easy to define DOF. I just want to show you what Professor Teo Lian said and get your views on this. Okay. So if I can have the exchange that took place on the 23rd of March, just show you the transcripts. Okay, and go to page 53 of that transcript. And this, Mr. Shi, is getting towards the how. Because one of the points I think all of you say or make in your submission is that, well, how do we decide or define what it is, right? So having gotten your views on what is the appropriate kind of response, I think we now get into the how we might frame that response. Do we have it? Yes. So look at line 16, where Minister Shanmugam was asking Professor Teo some questions. And at line 16, he says, there was some discussion earlier with another witness as to whether we can define what's a falsehood. You're a professor of law, a very eminent professor of law. You know that in our law, falsehoods are defined in various places, correct? Answer, yes. The courts have had no difficulty identifying what is false and what is true, correct? They regularly have done so. That is the basis on which a lot of case law goes. Answer, yes. Mr. Shanmugam, if you were to ask a lawyer, is there any difficulty? They would say, what difficulty? This is the basic bread and butter thing that we do all the time. Answer, it is a question of evidence and procedure, and certain facts are easier to establish than others, but we have to do it. Question, therefore it will be possible to define what is a falsehood. Answer, yes. Would you accept that proposition? That in law, it is common for lawyers and through case law to define and decide upon what is false. And through that exercise, we will then be able to be clear what is a deliberate online falsehood, at least as defined by the law. What then might matter, of course, would be in some cases, evidentially it's easier to make out. In other cases, it is less easy to make out. But as a definitional exercise, it's quite clear. Would you agree?
I would disagree with that. I would agree with the part that whether something is true or false is constantly a matter in the courts and a matter that lawyers are lawyers' bread and butter, but I would not agree that it makes it clear. And we have seen instances where something that a court decided was false turned out to be true. So, for example, the NKF scandal two people had made allegations against Titi Durai. They were sued for defamation. They actually had to pay damages because, apparently the courts did find that it was false and it was defamatory. They had to pay damages. And then later on, it was found that it was true. And so I would agree that, it's constantly a thing that's before the courts, but it doesn't necessarily make it clear. And that would be why in my submission I say it's a real concern, because if this lack of clarity then goes into actual legislation, which then the courts will rely on, then it perpetuates a problem over and over.
But if we agree that a falsehood, and one that is deliberate and that's online, is something that we want to guard against, is something that has the potential to undermine national security interests, drives a wedge between person to person, undermines social cohesion, don't you think that something has been done about it? Because the flip side of what you're saying is that we don't do anything about it, which can't be what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. Of course, something should be done about it. But what I am saying is that we have sufficient legislation already to deal with it, and we should not have any more legislation. And so I would advise that when something is done about it, we look at non-legal measures such as the media literacy, the building public trust, the transparency that other individuals who have given evidence have already stated.
But how then should we approach the problem? Because if you want to try and find ways of dealing with a deliberate online falsehood, whether it is through legislation or non-legislation, one must first be able to identify that DOF. And that then comes back to the question of how you define it, isn't it?
I think the definition becomes a major problem when we are talking about legislation. When it's about media literacy, about engagement, you don't need such a set-in-stone thing, because it's not about who's going to be charged in court. And it becomes a bigger conversation of debunking of different opinions, of actually managing conflict and negotiating conflict, allowing people to make up their own minds, to be able to recognize what they see, and educating people. So the definition that I'm really concerned about is what might end up going into legislation that would have an impact.
But earlier on, we looked at different gradations between truth and falsehood. That might be the case for something that is closer to one end or the other. But when it is a falsehood, surely if the law professor says it can be defined, we do need the definition in order to know when it appears and when it then needs to be acted upon.
But you wouldn't need it to be a set-in-stone definition written down, because, for example, Jokowi is a Christian, and yes, that is a falsehood that could be easily debunked without needing any sort of court or legal arbitration to say that it's a falsehood. You just have all this evidence of him praying at mosques, of other evidence of him stating clearly that he is a Muslim, and that could be easily done without needing any court or legal definition of whether it's true or false. It will come out of that public conversation.
No, but if you wish to take action against or about something, a publication that is going online that is false, don't you need to identify the falsity of it first?
I would be counseling against the taking legal action in the first place. For the debunking, I would say that it would be, as Howard has said, you don't always need legal action to deal with that.
Okay, so I think your position is, despite the relative ease with which one can define falsity, as explained by the law professor, your view is that one should not be defining it. Instead, one should be using non-legal, non-legislative means, or I would say regimes or methods which are more in the vein of education, countering, and media literacy efforts, as opposed to legislative.
Yes, I would counsel that, because if we are talking about disinformation campaigns as a whole rather than isolated examples, a lot of disinformation campaigns rely on things that lie on the spectrum. So, for example, if we see Breitbart as not a credible site in the US, it doesn't mean that everything on it is as demonstrably false as Jokowi is a Christian, but it does lie on the spectrum. So I would think a more effective response to things that respond to disinformation campaigns as a whole would be the non-legal measures, rather than if we look at such narrow definitions as Jokowi is a Christian sort of situation, that only addresses a very tiny part of a disinformation campaign. And also then it would have the issues with backfire, the issues of eroding public trust, actually. That's a danger that I feel we should be definitely aware of, that legislation that would criminalize things that we consider to be falsehoods, or that the government considers to be a falsehood, might lead to the erosion of public trust, because people might use it, as Dr. George said, in the backfire, to claim oppression, or it might, instead of debunking the claim, make people feel like, oh, you're removing it because you're hiding something. It might end up fueling conspiracy theories, and that might actually erode trust in public institutions. And just now we looked at that table about how well Singapore is doing, and I think that puts us in a very good position to actually look at non-legal measures and more long-term measures, because there is good trust in institutions, there is high education, there is high connectivity, and all these good things, which put us in a very strong position to look at longer term and more holistic measures rather than knee-jerk and hasty responses.
I think, as you heard Minister Shanmugam earlier, I think no one here is saying that one looks at only legislation. I think that was very clear at the outset, and I think certainly for this committee, myself, speaking for myself, that's my view. But I think one must be looking at the different spectrum of items. I don't disagree with you that when you look at disinformation that is perhaps less on the false side, but still equally pernicious and has a slow drip effect, education in the long term, public education, media literacy would be useful. But even Professor George says, and I think if I quote him correctly, if you have something that is serious, false, damaging, going viral, and undermining social cohesion, you can't go and distribute a media literacy leaflet and expect the issue to go away.
Yes, of course, but we already have a lot of legislation.
Even Professor George acknowledges that in that situation, you do need the tools, the right remedies, including legislation, to deal with it. So while you accept what Professor George has said about the backfire effect, I think you should also accept that what he says in such a situation is that media literacy is not for all situations.
Yes, I accept that in some situations legislation would be required, but my case is that we already have a raft of legislation that allows us to address these things.
Okay, fine. So, if we take that as a starting point, then I think you would accept that it is for someone to decide if that legislation is indeed enough.
Yes, and my issue is that there is a danger in allowing someone to decide who gets to decide, who becomes the arbiter. Yes, and I think that is very dangerous, and so I would counsel against introducing any new law that might have an impact on censorship. In fact, I would like to actually, if I may, point to a high-level expert group report from the EU Commission. So from the Green Paper, we've seen that the Green Paper points to a number of European cases as how they've been targets of disinformation campaigns. And so I think it's particularly relevant to look at the EU Commission's high-level expert group report, because these are the countries that we've identified as having been targets, and this is what the report that was put together by a lot of industry experts.
Are you dealing with the point on legislation?
Yes, and so these experts say...
wait, Ms. Han, can you tell us whether you're dealing with the point on legislation?
Yes, I am, yes. And so in this case, they would counsel against things that would include censorship and online surveillance, which would come under legislation, and other misguided responses that can backfire substantially and that can be used by purveyors of disinformation in an us versus them narrative that can delegitimize responses against disinformation and be counterproductive in the short and long run. Attention should also be paid to lack of transparency and to privatization of censorship by delegation to specific bodies, entities, or private companies. And in this expert report, they highlighted that this is a particularly bad practice that actually might be counterproductive, which is in line with why I would counsel that we do not introduce any more news legislation.
I understand, but I do go back to what Professor George himself also said, and I think you would agree, as I thought I heard you say, that you can't use education, literacy efforts, and so on, which are all long-term prospects, as something to respond quickly, nimbly, to an on-the-spot problem, right?
Yes, I believe Dr. George gave the example of if a preacher was preaching hate against a particular community, it is not the time to be distributing media literacy flyers, and he specifically throw the book at him. And I would agree with that, and my point is that we already have many books to throw at him. We don't need any more new books.
Well, the question is whether there should be more books or less books or the same books. I think is a question that will be taken up. And we've heard Professor Goh Han, Dean of SMU Law Faculty, give a view on that, plus other experts as well. So we'll move on.
Sorry, can we go back to the point of defining falsehood? I think you asked us whether we accept that it's possible to define truth or falsehood, and now it's the views of the
I asked you whether you would agree with Professor Teo's views.
On whether it's easy to define falsehood, no, I don't think I would agree with that. For the simple, we just need to look at the recent POHA case between MINDEF and the Dr. Ting. 5 different judges looked at the same facts, and they couldn't even agree on whether the 2 facts in question were actually true or false.
No, don't ignore what Professor Teo said about the evidence as well. You see, the evidence that gives rise to it can be difficult in some cases, can be easy in other cases. But it doesn't mean you can't define what it is. I accept that on a case-by-case basis, the evidence will be different, and that's what she has said as well. But it doesn't take away the fact that in law, many legal propositions are defined on falsehoods, and one has to have a definition before you can even proceed. So I'm not sure that we are not at cross purposes here on this question.
If I may just add on that point, I think if we look at what Dr. Teo said, I think it's fairly insightful actually, because she did say that how you define falsehood is actually based on facts, which in itself is quite problematic when you talk about information, because at any point in time, as with the case of NKF, right, there could be different facts coming out at different times, and it is about the interplay of facts that basically allow us to understand what is essentially true and what is false. In most cases, if you were to say somebody killed someone, he admitted to it, he had a weapon in his hands, all these are the facts. But can we actually safely say the same thing for information? I think that's something that I'm personally not too certain about.
Well, I would just say this, Mr. Lee, there are obviously versions of facts that have to be found. That's what the judge does all the time, based on evidence. And once that is done, one then looks at the definition of what is false and applies that. And I think what Professor Teo is saying, that definition, that attempt to define what is a falsehood, is not difficult, right? Now I want to move on to some of the points in your specific submissions, starting with Mr. Shi. Now, you have referred to at your page numbers are not there, and neither is there a paragraph number. So if you can just go to page 2, paragraph 3, you refer to this Vietnamese tourist, right? Now this is not a falsehood, right? This actually happened. Yes? Yeah, so it's not really what we're talking about. This was an event that took place, and it was reported.
So in the case,
and it's a true incident, right?
Yes, it's a true incident.
Yes.
So I'm just saying that using this incident and you compare with the TRS incident, people tend to share things that they are emotionally involved in it. So I'm not saying that the Vietnamese case is a falsehood. In fact, it came with a video. But the thing is, people without, in most cases or on articles and stuff, they will share things when they are emotionally involved. They feel for the person, and therefore they will share without going through the proper fact-checking channels.
This scenario would be quite different from the Ahok kind of scenario, right?
The Ahok kind of scenario would be a religious kind of a push, rather than a empathy kind of so-called empathy-driven kind of desire to share. Yeah, like as in a lot of the stories where people share about facing heavy medical bills, being of course not in say true, but like bullied by officers from the what's that, family care centers and etc. This may not be true or whatever, but the thing is, people tend to cite to us because there is an absence of other facts that disprove or prove this thing, and they would jolly well go and share that. Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
On this question of legislation, I want to go back to Ms. Han's point. I think you have the report with you which you cited to me.
Yes.
But if you want, I'm not sure if the staff has a copy of it. I can refer you to it. You're using it to make the point that it did not recommend any legislation. Let me just take you to the relevant portions. If you go to page 31, you will see that the high-level group, which you cited,
Yes.
HLEG, expressly left the door open to regulation. If you look at page 31, and I read, the HLEG believes that as a first step, the best responses are likely to be those driven by multi-stakeholder collaborations. It should be acknowledged, however, that the ability of self-regulatory measures in this area has never been tested, and the willingness of all parties to adhere to such an approach remains to be proven. Moreover, their effective and consistent implementation across the whole of EU may represent a challenge for all players concerned. Therefore, based on an independent evaluation of the effectiveness of the proposed General Code of Practices, the European Commission should consider in a second step appropriate regulatory responses or competition instruments in order to ensure that the actions recommended in the report are effectively implemented. It does not say that legislation is not to be considered, correct?
Yes.
Right, thank you.
But I would also like to emphasize that it also very specifically says that censorship should be avoided, freedom of expression should be avoided, and governments should also avoid regulating and
Yes, but
policing content.
that's not necessarily the same as saying no legislation.
Yes, so my point
Correct.
on no further legislation refers to the legislation regarding policing content and regulating content.
and in fact,
I would be okay with legislation, for example, like a Freedom of Information Act or an honest ads policy that pushes for transparency, as I've said before.
We'll get to that. But the point remains that I think one of the reservations they had on the Code of Practices was the effectiveness of implementation. It's not to say that the Code of Practices or any regulation was not to be considered, but one of the reservations was about its implementation across the whole of EU,
Yes.
which doesn't quite represent the same challenge for us. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree that in the Singapore context, but again, I go back to the point about the censorship. I think that really needs to be
I understand. I understand
made.
your point.
That is the key point, and that's why I'm here today.
Yes, and I think we also agreed that legislation doesn't mean censorship.
Yes,
correct?
I hope that, but I can't really comment about that until we actually see a draft of
Yes,
what
and
this
you would also
legislation
agree
is.
that I think contrary to what you said earlier, this report doesn't rule out legislation.
I said it in the context of legislation that polices content, yes. And the report does emphasize more on transparency, media literacy, the diversity and sustainability of the news media, empowering users, and research. So yes,
Yes,
it doesn't completely
but-
rule out all legislation, but
does
it
not
does.
rule out legislation,
It
yes.
does specifically say that censorship should be avoided.
Right.
And I do hope that if there is a draft bill, there can be more open public consultation of this form so that Singaporeans can be involved in this process.
So we were at the Vietnamese incident, which is different from the Ahok incident, where it's a clear falsehood, right? It's also different from, you remember that there was a terrorist attack in London, March of 2017. And I just want to show you some of those reports. This was one that was generated, picture of the site of the attack, where there were plenty of laughing icons and like icons to this, trying to paint a picture from Al Jazeera's live Facebook coverage that the Muslim world is laughing at the London attack. That's obviously something that was generated falsely to promote a particular sentiment. Next, let me show you this article in the Washington Post, where in the aftermath of the Paris attacks, there were apparently scenes of revelry. The title of the clip was "Muslims around the world celebrate the Islamic victory in Paris, France." The video was rapidly disseminated, and along with the dissemination, it was outrage. The video, in fact, had nothing to do with terrorism. It was filmed in 2009, some 6 years prior to that, not the weekend of it, and it showed the Pakistanis celebrating a cricket match victory following the ICC World 20 tournament. But the video had generated 500,000 views within hours of it being live on Facebook. And it is not the only piece of fake evidence demonstrating apparent Muslim joy over the Paris attacks. These falsehoods are designed to incite a particular sentiment in society. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree.
And they can travel and go viral very quickly. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree.
And you have seen the harm that the speed at which it has traveled has caused. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree.
So any response has to be attenuated to deal with that harm that it has caused. Would you agree?
I think from a media practitioner perspective, right, if, say, something like that happened in Singapore, all of us will be scrambling to actually find out what is this really true. I think that's it.
Let's start from the proposition that it's untrue. It's untrue.
Oh,
and it never happened. But it continues. The fact that it's untrue doesn't mean it stops being viral. It continues being transmitted, right? So would you agree that in that context, in that situation, the appropriate response has to take this into account, has to attenuate, the responses has to be attenuated to the kind of harm that a viral video like this can cause? Would you agree?
I would agree. And frankly, if you ask me, it shouldn't be, I'm repeating what Ms. Han is saying, shouldn't be a takedown. But instead, something like a message which says that this is not verified.
But why would you not advocate a takedown when it is obviously false and itself generating outrage?
What if it's true? Not in this case. Not on this side of so-called racial.
Let's focus on these parameters.
Okay,
let's say it's false.
On this incident.
Okay, in this instance, it's false. Never happened, and they spliced the video together to create a particular image that didn't take place. It's causing outrage to people who think it is true.
I think.
And there's a.
That's right. Okay.
Well, let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
And there's a harm associated with each share or like or repost.
Yes.
Would you not agree that the remedy that you have must be able to target and address that?
May I answer that?
No, let Mr. Shi have a crack at it first.
Sure, yeah.
I would say.
Anyway, it's his report that I'm focused on.
I would say. How do I say? Okay, you see. Let's say an individual share this report. The first thing that people ask is like, where is this true or not?
No, Mr.
No,
Mr.
okay, because I'm really looking at these things as this. So if a account that basically had it's because I scour through the social media, the Facebook on a daily basis. So
sorry, Mr. Shi, I know you do, but these parameters, it's false. As I said, it's a video spliced together.
Yep.
It's intended to, and you can see it's caused incitement. Hang on.
Yep.
And it creates a sentiment against Muslims.
Yes.
It's untrue, but it's going viral. And with each share and repost, it causes more damage. Don't you think the remedy must include an appropriate response attenuated to this damage and harm?
Yes. But the thing is, I understand that Facebook actually has measures in place where people can report the video or stuff. In fact, that I believe that's what happened to certain videos that is circulated in Singapore, where people report on videos and then it's taken down once it reaches a critical mass.
But if it is not?
If it's not taken down in the cases, I have not really seen that But if it's not, obviously, it's like what I mentioned in the previous case where Facebook and Google and say that it should have been taken down based on their policy.
Should be, but if it is not?
But if it's not...
then shouldn't one have the teeth to be able to do it? Or at least effect some remedy appropriate to the potential harm that it is doing?
So the question is like, should there be or not? Okay, you asked me off the cuff, yes, there should be. There should be some measures in which if really this is going wildfire, you cannot control.
Well,
but
500,000 in a short space of time.
But then again, it goes to the issue of I really Facebook accounts. If it's on a news site, then obviously the news site have to be accountable for that. If it's individual, then the person has to be. But if it's from a fake account, then that's an issue by itself.
Let me show you another example, right?
Sure.
Al Jazeera this time.
Okay.
Okay, and this time we are in the context of something closer to home in Myanmar. So, title, rape used as a weapon in Myanmar to ignite fear. Again, let's see what happened over the page. Oh, sorry, at the bottom of the page. So there was a Buddhist woman who filed a report alleging that 2 Muslim co-workers had raped her. So before long, the local website picked up the story. Over the page, there was a prominent Buddhist monk who published a claim on his Facebook page. The allegations went viral. The consequences were lethal. Within 24 hours, on 1st July 2014, angry Buddhist mobs armed with sticks, knives, and torches marched through the streets of Mandalay. They circled the local mosque, Muslim-owned business, and tea shops where the accused worked. There were motorcades and shouting, "Kill the Kalas." Kalas means Muslims, where Samanini, a Muslim civic leader who witnessed the violence. Folks from the cars spit on Muslims openly in the daytime, and after that, folks came with swords and spears. 1 Buddhist and 1 Muslim man were killed in the ensuing 2 days of violence. Dozens were injured, Muslim shops ransacked, and a mosque badly burned. But the original allegations of rape that seemingly incited the violence, the one that Wirathu posted on his Facebook page, was part of a carefully orchestrated lie. The rape never happened. So another example of a falsehood, which has quite devastating consequences. Would you agree?
I think the issue is not on the allegation per se, but the call
on
for
the sharing,
the sharing on the falsehood and calling for the Muslim to be killed. I think that is the really trigger point. The falsehood can be easily disputed by the efforts of the local police and media to disseminate the information. What is the spark? Is this the action of this anti-Muslim monk?
Yes, but this is something that illustrates that speed is important, right? Because within 24 hours, this had happened.
Yes. But the thing is, how will you determine whether or not the allegation is true in the first place? End of the day, the police still have to conduct their own investigation on whether this claim is true enough. And as I said, the whole massacre or the whole issue is caused by this person calling for the blood of the other religion.
Yeah, based on a falsehood.
Yeah, but in whether is it true or false, the person should not be calling for that.
All right.
May I interject here briefly, just because I find this example very useful for something that to hopefully save time so we don't have to go over it again. I think in this point, if we were talking in the context of a takedown, such a post, if we do assume, as Terry said, perhaps at the point, at such speed, you might not actually know if the rape did happen or not. But even if we assume that it is false, I do not see how, at this point, compelling a takedown would necessarily fix the problem, because this is playing on such deep-rooted social divisions that by the time you get to the incitement of people with swords running around in the streets, the actual existence of the post is irrelevant at this point. The takedown of it will not diffuse this mob. In fact, it might, again, I'm sorry if I sound like a broken recorder, but it might again backfire and make people go, Facebook is deliberately oppressing us. They have something to hide. They don't want this rape to go out, even if the rape is false. And it might lead to more inflamed tensions. And that's why I just wanted to jump in just to say this example could perhaps illustrate a point that I was trying to make.
And save Mr. Shi an answer.
No, I believe he had already answered.
No. So if you take the view that the more people know about this, the more incendiary it becomes, then surely the stopping of spreading would be measure number one. Now, I accept that there will be other measures that are needed, but would be measure number one, and speed is crucial, isn't it?
I think the difficulty is, would it really stop the spreading? Because it's not foolproof, you know. We might end up with a Streisand effect of them going, oh, there was a takedown order issued by the government, and they've taken down something, and then that spreads, and it creates more unhappiness. So I think unless we're talking about a situation where we have such tech dominance that a takedown literally means it vanishes from the internet forever, we cannot actually assume that you know, this would be the case.
Mr. Chairman, can I just jump in with a clarification on this particular point? May I just confirm that both Ms. Han and Mr. Shu, your view is that faced with a false, racially motivated rape allegation, which is now inciting violence, you would prefer for that information to persist because you would prioritize the negative consequences of backfire over any potential benefit from taking that down. So in other words, you're more worried that taking it down will cause greater harm and inflame passions more, and so you would prefer for this to be left to circulate because that is less harm than what would happen if it continues to be spread. Is that your position?
No, I'm saying that in a Singapore context, we will already have laws such as the Sedition Act that could tackle inciting disharmony between racial and religious
that's not
groups.
the question I'm asking. I'm not asking whether there are other measures. As Mr. Tong has made it very clear, he's not asking whether other measures would not be brought to bear. And I think we all accept that many measures may be used in these situations. The issue is, yes, we will do all the other things, but even doing all the other things, your position is it's better to leave this up there because the harm of the backfire effect is worse than the harm of further inflaming racial tensions.
No, because I believe you're characterizing it as if I don't endorse a law that allows takedown.
No, I'm not talking
saying
about
we
a
should
law.
just leave it there and let it spread.
I'm not talking about a law. I'm saying that it has to be taken down.
I am talking about law, that's why
I know,
in this
but that's
case.
not the issue here. I'm asking, your characterization is that it's better to leave it up there and allow further hatred, further violence, further confusion to spread because you're more worried about the backfire effect than the further harm that this information does. We haven't worked out how we'll take it down yet, but I'm asking, do you want it taken down?
No.
Because for the reasons that I've stated?
No, my position would be that we should explore other measures and use the existing laws that we already have.
I understand, Ms.
But I would not take that down.
Okay.
My position is different. I think, you see, I think Dr. General conflated the two things because there's two posts. One post is alleging that a rape happened.
Yes.
The other post used the fake news to justify calling for the.
I'm not talking about the first post. I'm talking about the second post using the first post.
So in that case, right, I personally advocate the taking down of the second post because it advocates hate speech.
Okay, so you would advocate taking it down.
Yes.
So the first post, which is a racially motivated crime, I mean...
sorry, can you repeat your point on that?
The first post, false allegation of rape is a crime, and it is racially motivated. You would... No, hang on, let me finish. I'm asking whether you would need for that to be taken down or you think it's okay for that to persist because you're worried about the backfire effect.
As I said, allegation of rape, how do you determine within hours?
No, I understand.
Yes.
I understand. But it's been proven false. So we can talk about...
Sorry, can I interject? Did you say it was racially motivated or was it driven by business rival?
No. I think you're confusing two issues here. It is racially motivated. It's a person of one race making an allegation of a person of somebody else's race. But let Mr. Shu finish, please.
Okay, sorry, what point was that?
The point I'm making is that even if you accept that it is false, in other words, the woman turns up and says, yes, by the way, it was false, you don't feel that that needs to be taken down.
I believe that should be taken down.
You should be taken down. So both posts you would agree.
But see, but the thing is, right, while it's, because it's different from, say, because it's racial sensitive, or there's a tendency for it to spiral out of control, right, then you take it down. So to prevent that becoming a fake news, then you take it out. When it's proven
Mr. Shu, there are two different points.
Yes.
I'm not conflating the two.
Okay.
Second post, you agree, should be taken down because it is an incitement to violence.
Yes, that's
And the
clear
first
illegal,
post, you would agree, should be taken down because
Once it's proven that
once it's proven to be a crime.
I would say once it's proven it's a falsehood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I,
Just to-
sorry, can
just
I
to-
interject at this point, or?
Sorry, just to
Sorry,
quickly elaborate. So what I'm saying is that yes, it should be left up, and yes, the backfire is an issue, and we don't actually know which would inflame it more. If we leave it up, more people might join. If we take it down, more people might join because of backfire. And we don't know which one is clearly the
that's
greater
not,
harm.
I'm not asking whether we have uncertainty. I'm asking your position is that
Yes,
it's
so,
better
so my
to-
position is because there is this uncertainty, I would leave it up because since there's this uncertainty, am also concerned how this law will then be applied, not just in this case, but in other cases. And so that's why my position would be
Thank you, Mr.
to leave it
Mishan.
up.
I would like to add that I tend to agree with Mr. Tong that we actually do need a quick response. My only query is which would actually be the quicker response? Do we try to legislate, outlaw it, and effectively take it down and ban it, which could be a fairly long process? Or to basically leave it as it is and basically inform people that...
So what is your position, Mr.
Two
Lee?
things you can...
What is your position? Would you leave it
my
up
position would be to leave it there, actually.
because you are more worried
because-
about the backfire effect than the potential further inflammation?
That's only one part of what I'm concerned about. The other part I'm concerned about is the speed at which we can resolve the situation. I'm not talking about the speed at which we can take it down.
I understand.
So if we are to resolve the situation
Yes.
by going out with an advisory that says either the police is still investigating this, or
Yes.
if we know the facts, we
Mr.
know
Lee, I
this to be
understand.
true.
We need to do a variety of things. I just wanted some clarity that it would be your preference to leave the material up. That's all I wanted to understand. Thank you very much.
And because it is more efficient, yes.
I would also like to highlight that the Myanmar context is extremely different from the Singapore one as well.
Different only because I think you are saying that it starts off with a heightened sense of conflict between the different races.
And also the
But-
media literacy level, the internet literacy level, the information literacy level is extremely different between Myanmar and Singapore. We're talking about Myanmar, which not that long ago had very low internet penetration that suddenly exploded across the population very, very quickly.
All right, Mr. Shi, we're back to your submission, okay? Now, you also made the point in your submission here that at various junctures you had raised queries with the police, but they were not answered. I think you made some points like that here.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, first of all, are you suggesting that every query that you make to the police, whilst an investigation is going on, should be responded to?
I think it should be responded to as saying we are looking into the matter. At least there should be
Which-
some.
But doesn't give you a substantive response. Are you okay with that?
To the best of their ability, because the thing is, so far what I have met is basically a stone wall.
But you see,
yeah.
investigations until they are completed are confidential, right?
Yes, correct. Okay,
Right.
so I agree on that because
and-
things that are ongoing are sensitive. Information is sensitive, should be kept from the public. But the thing is, even after the whole thing has been overcharged and etc., the query remains unreplied.
But if you look at it in the context of what you say here,
Yeah.
you asked about it in the context of the Thaipusam procession you mentioned in your report.
Yes.
And you also raise it in the context of the Benjamin Lim case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. In both cases, the investigation was not completed, correct?
No, if you refer, okay, so it's not included inside this, but the questions that I raised had nothing to do with the so-called the details of the investigation, but more of the procedures by the police.
Right,
So,
but-
it basically had nothing to do with the case itself, but more of what is the operation procedure of the police. So
You see,
whether or not they release or not, it has nothing to affect the case.
right? Leaving aside this question that you just outlined, as a content provider, as someone who publishes and circulates the articles carried on Facebook and other means as we discussed at the start, you do have a responsibility to make sure that you get the facts right, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, it's an ethical duty that you owe, right?
Yes, that's correct.
It's a journalistic ethical duty to ensure that you check and verify the facts, right?
I wouldn't, as I always tell my friends, I don't call myself a journalist.
As a publisher, as a content
as a
provider?
publisher, yes, I agree. I have to do my due diligence to ensure what I publish is actually correct as to what I know. Yes.
Could I just, sorry, Mr. Chairman, could I just diverge a little bit and put it to all three of you that a Reach study suggests that Singaporeans are very concerned about deliberate online falsehoods and want something done, including strengthening our laws. They are very concerned that they come across online news that they think are not fully accurate. 77% came across online news that they thought was not accurate. Significant numbers come across fake news related to Singapore in the past 1 year. You're reading the newspapers at the moment, probably you had the same thing. We're putting it up on the screens for you. 1 in 2 are confident of their ability to discern fake news, but they have some concerns about other Singaporeans' ability to discern fake news. 2 in 3 were concerned about the spread of fake online news and the ability of other Singaporeans to discern it. But 92% think there should be more effective laws to require those who publish fake news to remove or correct fake news. And 91% think that people who put out fake news deliberately should be prosecuted if their actions have serious consequences. So I'm concerned that the positions that all of you have taken, in a way, are not reflective of what the vast majority, 91, 92% of Singaporeans want in terms of a protection from manipulation, from online fake news, from the uncertainty with what they face. So are you concerned that your views are so different from the majority of Singaporeans about strengthening our legislative provisions and our regulatory provisions? Are you worried that not doing these things may not serve the needs expressed by these Singaporeans? Is that a concern that you have?
Yes, so going back to the point that I made about society not being homogeneous, yes, I am making a submission as an individual. I cannot claim to represent the entirety of Singaporean society. But at the same time, I also I've not seen the full report. I've seen these results, but I've not seen the full report or their methodology. I was just wondering if the questions were posed to the respondents in the way that they are in this. So, for example,
Let's take it at face value.
let me first clarify this. Do you think there should be more effective laws to require those who publish fake news to remove or correct the fake news? I'm not surprised that 92% would say yes. I actually can't think of anybody who would object to having more effective laws.
Would you agree
but
with
I have a problem with the framing of this question, because I do question then, do the respondents already have a full understanding of what laws we currently have?
Ms. Han,
and also,
Ms. Han, we're not
let me finish, because also having more effective laws, it's a very conceptual thing, and I don't know how that connects to what we might actually have.
But I'm not here to debate whether or not the person doing the poll did a good job or not. So you can either reject it outright,
Yes,
or we can accept it, and then we can see what your position is on the basis of the facts.
But whether they did a good job or not has a direct impact on the results that they have.
I understand, but I'm going to take it on face value. Are you going to take it on face value?
No.
Okay. So, but would you agree with the proposition?
The proposition being?
Do you think there should be more effective laws to require those who publish fake news to remove or correct the fake news?
Knowing what I do, I would say no, but I'm questioning the framing of this question.
Mr. Shu, would you, are you concerned that the majority of Singaporeans want something done about this, but you disagree?
Okay, let's continue with what Ms. Han said. Let's say if the question was posed to me saying, like the example said, a foreign entity starts Facebook.
Mr. Shu, I'm going to interrupt you because
yes.
I would like to deal with this study, which is...
I'm dealing with this study.
Yeah.
So the thing is, right, if the question was put to me as Facebook pages set up by
this
foreign
question.
entities.
This question.
Yeah, but the thing is, what I'm saying is exactly to this question.
So you would agree with this?
If this example was being used to say that this is the example, that foreign forces are intervening with Singapore, with fake news trying to affect, I will agree with the 92%.
Okay,
but
thank you very much. I just want to have a sense that, okay, so you would agree with the 92%, Ms. Han would not.
Based on different
Ms.
circumstances,
Ng Yan,
yes.
would you agree with this concern from Singaporeans?
I guess start off that I will answer no simply because there's no definition of fake news. Even this committee has never defined DOF. And so if the typical reach surveyor comes to me, I'll say, what's fake news? And,
okay, so you would put yourself in the 8% of people that would say no to these questions.
Yes, and also because the question is asking, do we need more effective laws?
I understand. Mr. Lee,
My position is not sure that we have existing laws.
Would you agree with Ms. Han or Mr. Xu and Mr. Ng Yan? Or do you have a third view?
Third view, please.
So neither yes nor no.
Okay. This survey is highly problematic to the extent that I would
I
have
understand,
to
but
disagree
so
with
you are
this.
taking Ms. Han's view that you should reject the survey altogether.
Well,
So
yes.
so then I put the
in fact,
question to
yes.
you: do you think there should be more effective laws to require those who publish fake news to remove or correct the fake news? Are you in the 92% or the 8%?
I'm the 8% on
Okay,
this.
thank you very much.
So would you say that if you don't have these laws that require you to take down, you're happy to leave a post that is likely to cause damage, maybe even destruction of property and loss of life, and leave it on because you feel that there should be a ability to respond and debunk it, and you're concerned about this blowback effect? I know Mr. Shi has answered, but what about Mr. Lee? I'm not sure I heard from you.
To leave it as it is, no, but definitely not to attempt to take it down.
And
if you understand what I mean.
and
So there has to be a
yes, I do.
response,
But even if you are faced with the consequence that it's going viral, and the more people see it, the more people come out and demonstrate, and the more risk there will be to loss of lives. Is that your position?
I think we have to approach it from the perspective of exactly how we're going to do what we're going to do to debunk
keep
it.
to my parameters. I'm just trying to understand your position so that we can move on.
My answer to that is that I think something has to be done. I'm just not certain that it has to be legislation.
All right.
That would be my definite position.
Final answer?
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
Right. Thank you. Now, Mr. Shi, we got sidetracked from you. So we were talking about the ability to put out information accurately and correctly. And I think, if I may say, you and your colleagues here represent a part of the ecosystem that is very important, because we have talked to lawyers, people who study the problem as an academic. We've talked about the tech companies, people who provide the platforms. But ultimately, you provide the stories and you provide the content. So, which is why I asked you, is it part of your duty to ensure that whatever you put out there is accurate?
As accurate as I can. In order to make sure it's a full story, I will definitely get from like 2 or 3 parties, at least 2 parties' point of view. So, but there are kinds where you can't get a response despite how long you wait. So, but then again, the stories still have to be pushed through.
Right,
Yeah.
and an example of when you didn't get a response was the typo sum incident, which you cited, and also the Benjamin Lim case.
Sorry, I need to refer to the typo sum story.
Yes, you look
Oh,
at
I
page
see.
3.
In that case, I think it's a bit different because in that case we are reporting from the eyewitness point of view. So it's not we are saying that this is the case, but this eyewitness is claiming such. So eventually we follow up with the additional statement that the SPF made. So that is pertaining to that story.
So on the Benjamin Lim case?
The Benjamin Lim case, right, if that was brought in Parliament on 1st March 2016, it's I wouldn't say it's a story on I would say.
You did get information, right, from the police statement?
As in from where? As in the initial
Okay, I'll show you the sequence and your article.
Yeah, sure,
Okay?
sure, sure.
Look, let's have a look at the police statement, 1st February
Okay.
2016. I'll put it up. I'm not sure if you have it.
Sure. 1st February.
So this was 1st February, right? And I think keep an eye on the dates because they're important.
Yep.
And this statement briefly, in summary, says this. There was a report that was lodged. Based on evidence, police went to conduct inquiries at the school. To keep investigations discreet, officers went in plainclothes and in unmarked cars. Skipping a few lines down to the next paragraph. While at Ang Mo Kio Division, he was interviewed by one investigation officer at his workstation in an open plan office with other workstations. He was fully cooperative. 2 paragraphs down, police investigations have not been completed. A coroner's inquiry will be held upon the conclusion of investigations where all the relevant facts will be presented to the state coroner. At the inquiry, the family will also be able to raise all the questions they may have. Now, a few days after this, you published a story.
May I
online.
interject? Sorry. The first story is, the story was published on 31st January.
All right, but it carried through, and the story
Yeah.
has the following title: Students said plainclothes officers at school wore T-shirts with police at its back.
Yes.
Originally published, updated on the 5th of February, and finally also updated a month later.
Yep.
Correct?
Correct.
This story would be at odds with the police statement, right?
Yes.
Yes.
But
Hang on.
sorry.
And it's at odds with the police statement because the police statement on the 1st of February had clarified that the officers were in plainclothes and did not have the word police at its back, right?
Correct.
And your statement, your story here was then carried through up till the 2nd of March where it was last edited or updated, and it still had this same headline, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that would not be accurate.
If you refer to the article based on basically a testimony of the mother of a student who was actually studying in that school. Yes, I understand.
Who subsequently took down her Facebook posting, correct?
Yes,
And you still carried on with this report.
Yes. No, the taking down of the Facebook post was, I think, close to the 1st March or something like that.
Yes,
because, yeah.
But this article was last updated 2nd March, and last I checked, it is still online as it is.
Yes, correct.
So my question is, isn't it now quite?
yeah,
let me finish. Wouldn't it be the case that by now it's quite clear that the headline would be misleading?
Okay, but if I must clarify, I did not include the conversation that I had with her, because what she said to me in the private message is totally different from what the police said that she had said.
But look at this
yes.
statement
Yes.
issued by the police.
Yeah.
You've got no reason to disagree with that, right? That they were in plain clothes.
That's from the police point of view. As in, this is the problem of so-called facts, because I would be 100% convinced if there was a CCTV that showed that the police had no thing. That's from my personal point of view.
So are you saying that despite the police statement that's been issued,
Yeah.
you disagree with the
No,
version of facts?
no. The thing is, my stand is, I take it that I agree that SPF has put out that they
Were in plain clothes.
they are claiming that they have plain clothes.
But yet your headline says, wore T-shirts with the words police in quotes at its back. That's not consistent with the police statement, right?
It's not consistent. Yes, correct.
Yes. And it's designed to lead one to think that this boy was picked up by someone who was identified as police. That's your intention here.
I don't think that is fair to say that.
Well, how else would we read this? Because you are looking at an article, the headline is clear, wore T-shirts with the word police, and you put it in quotes. And that is notwithstanding
Because
the statement from the police which says that they were all in plain clothes?
Because the thing is, you say the headline is as such, as a misleading, saying that the police officers who took Benjamin bag had police written on the bag. But basically, what the headline says is that the police officer who were at the at the school had police on the back.
And you continue to run this headline even till today, right?
Oh, yes. I believe if the SPF feels that there's a need to retract, so-called change the thing, right, they could actually write to us and say that, oh, can you carry a clarification? Because
So are you saying you won't do it unless you're told to do so, to correct the clarification? Despite the fact that it has been issued by way of a police statement and also then subsequently debated in Parliament, where these facts were not challenged and not controverted?
I think at the point of publication, this is what I have. I don't have this practice of going back to change the articles.
Why not? Because you have subsequently updated it 3 times. You said first it was done in January, then 5th of February.
I have to check what's the change log though. But I normally do not have to, unless, as example, we take the Dr. Ting's case, we were being told by POH as in court order to include an advisory.
So in other words, you do need a court order or some order before you would correct.
I disagree with that statement, because the police could communicate with me and say that, could you put in the clarification?
But the difference
there's no need for a court order for me to do that.
But according to you, the difference between Dr. Ting's case and this case is that in Dr. Ting's case, there was a court order to that effect.
No. The Dr. King case was that the court order specify that a certain writing has to be written there. But in the case of the SPF, let's say, for example, if SPF communicates with me saying that, could you put in a clarification, I would be glad to actually put in a clarification and correct the article.
But say for that, you would not do it.
I wouldn't.
Despite this being contrary to a police statement and contrary to the discussion in Parliament, and where that discussion in Parliament did not show that the police wore any T-shirts with the police word at the back. Is that your position?
I would not say that I deliberately left it as such, so to mislead. I'll just say that once I'm being highlighted, I will change.
But now you must have been aware, because you wrote several articles thereafter as well.
No, sorry. Can you?
You were told about the statement on 1st of February. There was a parliamentary debate on 1st of March.
Correct.
Your latest amendment is on the 2nd of March, which is after all of that.
Can you?
You can look at the article itself.
Okay.
Maybe you can refresh yourself with the dates.
As in, I can recall what I actually changed. Because the 1st of March is the actual event, right?
Well, just look at the headline.
No, you should actually see what I'm actually what I did it, because the headline is a search.
But the headline has not been changed.
Yeah, but the headline is the headline is a search. But so what should I change it to? As in, police said that they did not. But that's not the article.
No, if you are aware now that it is not true that police wore T-shirts with police at its back, it should not feature on your headline. It should not feature anywhere in the article, let alone the headline, isn't it, Mr. Shi?
I don't think.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, may I interject for a minute? Because getting on.
Can I finish my question with Mr. Shi?
Okay.
I don't think that. I know where you're getting it, but I don't think publications have this policy. Either I take down, or I
No, you can correct.
Correct the. What would you suggest the headline to change to?
Any
Because the thing is, right, to me, right, as I said, if you want me to provide the evidence that I have on hand, I would jolly well do so. And that is what was said to me, that the student actually said that the plainclothes officer wore T-shirt. That is actually
But that fact has subsequently been clarified by way of the police statement as well as the parliamentary debates.
But that's based on what the police is saying.
So according to you, you don't accept that?
But that's the question of the deciding the facts and falsehood. Because say right, isn't that so?
No, well, as I said, in this case, there must be one set of facts. Either they did or did not. And it's been clarified.
That's where we come to this thing, where like you, so if you allow me to so-called divert, right? Say
Keep to this, because you see, I'm asking you this because, as I said, you're one of the key players in this as the content provider.
Right.
And I think you agreed that as a content provider, you have a duty to ensure that your facts are checked and accurate.
Right.
And I'm suggesting to you that given all that you know and all that you knew at the time this article was first written and also subsequently edited,
Right.
it must have been apparent that the contention that the police wore T-shirts with police at its back, it was unsustainable.
May I just raise, if I would gladly change the article title if the police allow me to see the CCTV for the school.
So, say for that, you would not.
I would not.
You would not.
Yeah.
And you're prepared to leave this despite the fact that it contradicts the statement by the police and by statements made in Parliament.
Yes, because the thing is the headline itself basically described what the mother said. Yeah.
You then look at your next article. Can you look at the 5th of February article?
Sure.
And I just want you to look at the first page, 3 paragraphs from the bottom. Same day, 5th of February.
Aha.
No, not this article.
Where's it?
Do
From the article?
Do we have one that's 5th of February, which carries the SDP statement? It's okay, Mr. Shi, give me a minute.
Sure. This. Where is it?
Yes. You recall this? Same day, right? 5th
Okay.
of February.
Okay.
And just go 3 lines from the bottom, 3 paragraphs from the bottom. Where you talk about an interrogation room. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Again, you will know from the statement that it was an open plan office,
Okay.
right? And this time round, there is no statement from the mother or anyone else to tell you otherwise, right?
Correct.
So why do you still carry this fact?
Again, if this is published 2nd February, unless you say I'm.
But the statement was 1st of February. This is 5th of February. So unlike the earlier one where you tell me that, well, it is because what the mother said to you is reported.
So,
Here, no one is telling you this.
So, Mr. Tong, if you look at the statement, right? You look at the article, right? The article states the statement by SDP in full. So unless you tell me SDP retracted that statement, right? If not, I don't think a need for me to retract the thing.
This is your commentary.
No, this is not my commentary.
It's your commentary on the SDP statement.
No, this is the statement. Do you see that?
Yes, I know, but isn't this article your commentary on the SDP statement?
No. This is the statement, as in, did I say in the interrogation room? This is actually the brief of the statement in full.
I see. So you're prepared to carry it despite the fact
unless SDP retracts the statement, then if not, why should I actually remove the article?
Despite you knowing otherwise?
Unless they retract the statement. Because the thing is, this is a report on a political party statement. So I don't see reason why a publisher has to be taken accountable for something that others has published.
Okay, let's look at the later one, 27th of February. You publish quite a number of them. I'll just take you through some examples.
Sure.
27th February, titled Ministers to Talk and Answer Questions. Yes, go down to about 3 or 4 paragraphs from the bottom, where you say here, over the past month, there have been half-truths said by the school and police force on many issues. Mr. Shi, you know that there is a coroner's inquiry that will be held, correct?
Yes, correct.
And until then,
Again,
hang on, let me finish.
no, sorry.
Yeah, until then, I think the police is not in a position to comment openly on the status of its investigations and its findings, nor should people speculate in the press and in the media about what has happened and invite comments and cross comments, correct?
Again, the questions that was filed, I think it was about 14 questions, that were filed to the law minister and the other respective appointment holders, was on issues that does not concern the case, as in the details of the case, but more of the procedures of the police. So I don't understand how is that affect the investigation by the police.
And in fact, you say that police has been silent, but they've issued a statement as well.
They have been silent to me because that's my.
But they've issued a statement, right?
They have not replied my questions.
Doesn't the statement deal with the facts?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Those are not the questions I've been asking them.
So your point here, looking at this plus the typosome example we talked about earlier, is that every time you ask a question of an ongoing investigation, there's an obligation to respond. Otherwise, you can publish as you like.
I disagree on that because you're saying that okay, so I'm not going to say that you're saying that, but the thing is, some people might say that, oh, isn't this like abuse of like media queries? You can just compel a public body to answer. But the thing is, I believe the question that I asked is is relatively reasonable, and public entities.
But it's an ongoing investigation.
As I said, the questions does not pertain to the case. In the case of Benjamin Lim, the questions asked pertain to police procedures.
Which is relevant.
In what sense? Because it's not sensitive. Whether or not Benjamin died, the question still stands. Because I do recall a question. Then I forget to read. It's about the criminal, the child
Never
protection.
mind. Look down the same paragraph.
Okay, sure.
You repeat the point that police wore T-shirts with police. This is 27th February. And this time round, you don't quote any source, any mother, right? You don't think it is inaccurate given the police statement?
Again, I don't think people go back and change the articles.
No, this is a fresh article, 27th February.
So what's the date again? 27 Feb. Yeah, 27 Feb. I think the retraction only came on the 1st of March, if I'm not wrong. So
The 1st of February statement makes it quite clear, right?
Again, I don't think you want me to repeat what I said. On the article, taking down the article, basically it's the same thing. I'm just simply reporting what the mother actually told me.
The question, behind this inquiry is to look at what needs to be done in the context of looking at the content that is being purveyed.
Correct. So wouldn't.
Wait, let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
And you are saying that you will only report if your questions are answered, even in an ongoing investigation, or in the context of the comparison between this case and Dr. Ting's case. If the court tells you to make a correction, then you will do so. Is that your position?
No, that's not my position. In fact,
then can you explain the difference between the two?
No, in fact, I said if the police have written back to me and given some instruction. In fact, other ministry does that, and I comply, especially when it's in goodwill. The few ministries that does not communicate with me is simply Ministry of Home Affairs. The other ministry communicates with me, Ministry of Manpower, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance. So the only ministry that doesn't communicate with me is Ministry of Home Affairs.
Ms. Han, I've got some questions for you.
Yes.
You say at your report, at page 5, with reference to the Human Rights Watch report,
Yes.
and you make the point that the report details many ways in which freedom of expression has been restricted in this country.
Yes.
And that seems to be a narrative that goes through in your report,
Yes.
in your submission, in the context of trying to frame an appropriate response to DOFs and trying to decide whether legislation is necessary and trying to decide if one should have the ability to remove content which even 92% of REACH participants say they want legislation to deal with. Is that your overarching position?
Well, to put on the record that, as I said before, that I do not take the REACH survey at face value. But yes, my position would be that we should not take any measures that might further curb freedom of expression in Singapore.
In the Human Rights Watch report, you were
Yes.
one of the 34, correct? Who was interviewed and on whose views the report was prepared.
I do not think it is necessary for me to be answering this question for this
Well,
committee.
it's a relevant question because you have raised the report and you have said in your submission to this
But whether
select
I,
committee.
whether
Let
I
me
was
finish.
one of the 34 or not is irrelevant to anyone can raise this report.
No, you in fact raised the report and go on to rely on it in a substantive way to say that that report then talks about the freedom of expression, and you then go on to link it to how in many ways it is restricted. And as I said just now, you then use it as a platform to then make the narrative in your submission that all these remedies that we look at has to be looked at in the context of this. So I'm asking you again,
No,
were you one of the 24?
I do not rely on the Human Rights Watch report. So, for example, I've quoted our Press Freedom Index position, the Reporters Without Borders Press Freedom Index, Freedom House's Freedom of the Net report, these, and also the Human Rights report, Human Rights Watch report. So these are examples that I raise of existing criticism
Okay,
of
let me
Singapore's.
ask you.
So the following issues, following that, my own opinion, because I also. So my own opinion about the laws that we already have, the regulations that we already have.
Look, you raised
yes.
you raised the report in your submission, and I'm simply asking you, were you one of the 34 who was surveyed and interviewed in the preparation of this report?
Mr. Chair, I do not see how this is relevant.
Ms. Han, whether it's relevant or not is for us to determine. I think the question that's asked requires an answer. But if you are in a if you prefer not to answer or you do not know the answer to the question, you can state so.
In that case, yes, I was one of the 34.
Right, thank you. Now, would you agree, looking at the report, because I want to test some propositions with you, would you agree that 34 is a small sample?
Yes, but it's 34 people of very particular experience.
Well, depends on what you mean by particular experience, isn't it?
Within the space that freedom of expression, within the practice in civil society as journalists, academics, observers.
It would be easy to find 34 people who have a particularly negative or extremist view and use that as a basis for the report, isn't it?
I would not say that that was what Human Rights Watch was doing.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, but 34 people out of a country this size would be a very small sample.
Yes, that would be a small 34 out of 5.5 million. Yes, of course, that is a small number, that's clear.
Now, there are several aspects of this which I just want to see whether you agree or disagree with the views set out by Human Rights Watch. They cite 3, or at least 3 different cases on which they then found their opinion. One of which was the Alan Shadrake case. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And the Human Rights report, in fact, I'll see whether I can pull it up. If you can go to the report itself at page 2. Can we put it up? The Human Rights Watch report. Yes. If you look at the second paragraph, just under the summary, third line from the top, author Alan Shadrake was sentenced to 6 weeks in prison in 2011 for scandalizing the judiciary in his book about the application of the death penalty in Singapore. Now, would you accept that the characterization of Alan Shadrake having been sent to prison for writing in his book about the application of the death penalty in Singapore is a mischaracterization?
I do not think so, because in his opinion, in his book, when he wrote about the application of the death penalty in Singapore, it was his opinion that the law was used in a particular way. And so it would still fall under the application of the death penalty in Singapore, because it was his opinion that he wrote in his book.
But it is the fact that he was sent to prison for scandalizing the judiciary has got nothing to do with his views on the death penalty. Would you agree?
But it wasn't about his views on the death penalty.
you
We're
agree?
talking about the application of the death penalty. So he was claiming that the death penalty had been applied in particular ways.
Yes, but he can claim and talk about whether it's for or against, and that would not be a problem, right?
Yeah, and I don't follow your question.
The point is, would you not agree that Mr. Shadrick was not sent to prison because of his views either for or against the death penalty?
May I see that passage again?
Sure.
Thank you.
Page 2.
So it says that he wrote about the application of the death penalty in Singapore. It doesn't
Yes.
say that he was sentenced to 6 weeks in prison for his views about the application of death.
The point here, if you look at the report, which I'm sure you've gone through, is to characterize this case as something or someone who was penalized for espousing his views on the death penalty.
That's not what it says.
You don't agree?
No.
How do you read it?
That he wrote about how the death penalty is applied in Singapore, and
Yes.
he was sentenced to 6 weeks in prison for scandalizing the judiciary.
Yes, but you do know that there is nothing wrong with writing about whether it's for or against the death penalty at all.
Yes, I would hope so.
Yes. So to that extent, don't you say that, wouldn't you agree that the Human Rights Watch report was not accurate?
No, I believe it's just a statement, and it is the interpretation of the
In fact,
events
the
as
Court of
well.
Appeal, in coming to its conclusion, expressly stated that he is free to write about the death penalty, either for or against. Would you accept?
Well, it doesn't say that he was sentenced to prison because he was writing about the death penalty. It says that they charged him with scandalizing the judiciary for what he wrote about the application of death penalty in Singapore, which is true, because they were taking issue with the ways that he said that the death penalty had been applied. He was saying that it had been applied unfairly. He was saying that there had been double standards, and that, to me, is
And
fairly
the nub
reasonable.
of that is not about the death penalty, but about scandalizing the courts. Would you agree?
But they never said that it was.
No, would you agree?
Yes, but that's not what Human Rights Watch said. And also, I'm not entirely sure why I am suddenly now in this position of defending the Human Rights
No,
Watch
I'm not asking you to
report for
defend it.
them.
Because you have set it out as a basis. On
I have
which
set it
you
out as
say-
one example.
Yes, you no doubt, but one important example, because as I established with you, it's a narrative that goes through your report.
Which
that
is
you are-
my opinion, not necessarily. There's just one example. Am I now
Yes.
to later also go through the Freedom House report and the Press
Of course,
Freedom Index?
I will go through the freedom of information views with you as well. That's a separate plank on which you make the point. But you do take the narrative that because the report is in many ways a curtailment of the freedom of expression, and you then marry that up with your views as to why countermeasures such as the removal of online falsehoods, which we have gone through in the past hour or so, should not be undertaken because it's also a reflection of the expression of freedom being curtailed. Correct? And
So
that's the basis on which I'm taking it.
So
So
I've
let-
used it to say that, our freedom of expression issue in Singapore is already fraught and fairly problematic, of which the Human Rights Watch report is one example of criticism that has been levied, among others. And then it is also my own opinion that freedom of expression in Singapore is extremely problematic, and on that basis, I would not recommend any further legislation that would
Yes, I've
worsen
heard
the
that.
problem.
I've heard that response from you earlier. Now, there's also commentary by Human Rights Watch on the Amos Yee case. You're also familiar with
Yes.
that? Would you accept that the posts that Mr. Yee had made in this case were untenable and they were intended to be divisive culturally as well as on religious grounds? Would you accept that?
I cannot speak for Amos E's intent. I would say that they were distasteful, and I personally would not have made those comments myself, but I cannot speak to his intent.
And so do you accept that the conclusion reached by Human Rights Watch, that it is able to form those views on Singapore and society in Singapore on the basis of that case? Would you stand by?
Which views, sorry?
Would you stand by the views raised in Human Rights Watch about Singapore?
Can we look at the wording of it, sorry, just so I'm not...
No,
confused.
we can, but I just
Yes.
want to get your broad consensus and so that we are not at cross purposes. Yeah, would you accept?
Except that Human Rights Watch was pointing...
Human Rights Watch came to certain conclusions about Singapore. And you then use that as a basis for saying that it's a curtailment of freedom of expression, right? And you carry that narrative through the reasons that you've given us as to
Yes.
why countermeasures should not include takedowns.
Yes.
Right. One of the cases relied on by Human Rights Watch was the Amos Yee case, right?
Yes.
In the Amos Yee case, there was a certain set of facts, and I can take you through it. But I asked you whether you would accept that what he said online was racially and religiously and also culturally offensive and divisive. And I think you said
I believe it
words
is...
to that effect.
I think they are distasteful, but I also see his case as a curtailment of freedom of expression.
And you accept the Human Rights Watch view that the prosecution of Amos Yee was an example of curtailment of freedom of expression.
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because I believe that those laws are also fairly broad. I believe, as Dr. George said, I would agree with him about repealing insult laws because I see that as a curtailment of freedom of expression. And so in that way, even though I do not condone Amos E's comments and I find them distasteful myself, I do not think that he should have been prosecuted. Because I feel that in his case, the incitement to harm was not clear enough. I believe to be in line with freedom of expression, international freedom of expression standards, there should be a very clear incitement to harm. That is a clear standard that I do not believe the law that we use to prosecute him with meets that standard.
Okay, let's look at what was said. Okay, take as an example the statement he made on the Prophet Muhammad on Muslims. So there's an article that's titled "Amos Yee granted asylum, U.S. prerogative to take in Yee, says MHA." I'll just put it up on the screen for you. So this article repeats some of the language, so it's a convenient place to find it. Second page, he talks about Christians. At the top of this page, yes. Christians are power-hungry, malicious, but deceive others into thinking that they're compassionate and kind. Their impact and legacy will ultimately not last as more and more people find out that they're full of bull, similar to the Christian knowledge of the Bible and the work of a multitude of priests. You would accept that people can say this freely about religion?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes.
And that racial and religious harmony can be preserved if people go around saying this?
I think for a comment like this, it is not clear to me where the incitement to harm is, which is what the international standard would require. I think what a comment like this says is just tells me that Amos Yee is an extremely opinionated young man, but I don't think this comment itself
I think that's an understatement.
reaches. Well, perhaps that would be your opinion, and of course, many people have many opinions about Amos Yee, but I wouldn't say that this comment, it's clear what the incitement to harm and violence is.
Well, look at the bottom of the page, this time on Muslims. He said this on Facebook, that Islamics seem to have lots of sand in their vaginas too, but don't mind them. They do, after all, follow a sky wizard and a pedophile prophet. What in the world is a moderate Muslim? A effing hypocrite, that's what. With all due respect, Christians, you can shove that faith up your ass. Faith, I'll be damned at this retardation of humanity. F you, Christians, shit. Is that something
I think
that
this one tells us that he's an extremely potty-mouthed young man. But again, I don't see where the incitement to harm and violence that would meet international standards of freedom of expression.
Well, I think if you're just going to recite that mantra to me, I think we know where you stand.
Yes.
So you take the view that it is okay to espouse these views?
I would leave these comments up because I think that doesn't mean I think we should do nothing about it. I think there should be a response, but I don't think it required a legal response,
And-
particularly when he was only 16.
And if you see these statements online,
Yes.
you will not think that they should be taken down.
No, I do not think they should be taken down.
Would you publish these items online?
I will not publish them myself, but it doesn't mean that if they have been published by someone else elsewhere, I think they should be taken down.
Yes, but your view is very clear that you should not have laws that will require them taken down, nor
Yes.
do you wish to see them taken down.
Yes.
Right. All right. Can you look at can you look at page 3 of the Human Rights Report?
I don't have a copy of
Yeah,
it.
it's on screen. Second paragraph from the top. He had also posted a video online criticizing the the late Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew after his death, that authorities turned to a provision of the Penal Code and prosecuted him for wounding religious feelings. Were you aware of what he had said and
Yes.
the cartoon he had posted?
Yes.
And you accept that that is something that is within the bounds of normalcy?
I would
They can be published online?
Again, I would not publish them myself, but I would not have prosecuted Amos or taken them down.
Nor would
either.
you have taken them down?
No.
Now, if you take this position, then what you're really saying is that practically anything and everything, whether it lends itself to incitement of religious feelings, or as we've looked at earlier, where going viral on a particular posting can have effects of harm, destruction of property, loss of lives. Despite all that, and despite, I know you have a view on the reach feedback, but 92% of Singaporeans saying that some form of measure should be undertaken. You would stand by your view that nothing needs to be done or should be done.
I never said that nothing should be done. I believe that should be engagement. What I counseled again was further legislation that would police content. I do think that I'm not advocating absolute freedom of speech or expression. As I said before, I think there should be it should always be tied to serious harm and incitement of harm, and that's usually the international sort of generally held standard on hate speech, that it has to have incitement to violence or some harm before it meets that. And the wounding of religious feelings is very far below that standard.
We looked at the articles earlier in Myanmar. While you say it's a different context, but using that as a basis, I mean, that has demonstrated harm.
I did not say that should not be prosecuted in some way if there was actual incitement of harm. Yes, of course, there are prosecutions, but what I was saying was that there should not be automatic sort of executive takedown sort of action.
It's obviously not automatic, but depending on the circumstances, depending on the nature of the harm, depending on how viral it is, the content, the nature of the posting, even then, taking all that into account, you will not suggest that there be a degree of, or in the range of solutions possible, that one of them be the ability to remove it and take it down.
I would counsel against that solution. I encourage the committee to look at a range of other solutions.
And
that is not to say that someone like Wirathu should not be prosecuted for inciting violence against particular communities, but I was speaking specifically for takedown orders and laws that would allow this sort of arbitration of content.
And one of the grounds on which you say that is because you believe that the Human Rights Watch report is correct in saying that there's a curtailment of freedom of expression in Singapore.
It's not just the opinion of Human Rights Watch, it's also my opinion that there is freedom of expression issues in Singapore.
Right. Is there any other basis on which you would ground that opinion?
I see
The
that.
opinion meaning the non takedown.
Yes. So I see that within some of our current laws, they seem to be very broad, which is, again, feeds into another reason why I feel that we don't need additional legislation, because in many instances, I feel like some of our legislation is already overly sufficient, and there's no need for further ones. So,
we've heard you
yes, so I will not take everyone's time by repeating that, but
Yes.
I feel that the freedom of expression issues come from the fact that we already have very broad laws.
Right. Now, you in subsequent postings, you've taken issue with the fact that this committee has invited Human Rights Watch here, in part to deal with the report and also to address questions on what the appropriate countermeasures to DOFs should be.
I was slightly concerned and startled by the turn of events, because firstly, if we were to take the law minister's characterization of the falsehoods that the committee is interested in, which is, things that can be clearly proven to be false, like Jokowi is a Christian, then the PAP Policy Forum's characterization of the Human Rights Watch report as a deliberate falsehood seems far from that standard, because they are not saying that any of it was doctored or completely false. They were taking issue with the perspective, the interpretation, and the framing. So I was a bit confused by what exactly is this definition that we were talking about, and I was confused by the Ministry of Law's statement that came out right after that.
But I'm trying to understand why you then say, since you mentioned the Select Committee, why you then say that you take issue with the Select Committee, inviting them to come and clarify that they can come and do it under oath.
Because
don't you think?
My understanding of the Select Committee's terms of reference was that it was looking at deliberate online falsehoods and what measures should be taken, and not to arbitrate the truth or falsehood of the Human Rights Watch report, because in that case, there are some submissions that said that in 1987, there was a Marxist conspiracy, which was evidence of government spreading falsehoods, in which case, perhaps the committee should invite retired ISD officers to come in and talk about and address those allegations that they were spreading deliberate falsehoods. So perhaps, it would have been a problem, because then we would end up turning the Select Committee into a universal clearinghouse of everybody's allegations.
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's just that some parties like you,
yes,
you have referred to the report.
Yes.
You raised it in your submission, don't forget. And as I said, you made that as one of your pillars or your foundation pillars on which you then form a view which you are trying to convey to us.
Yes.
And that's why we are looking at that report and the foundations of that report. And
yes,
it is to that extent that they were invited to come.
I see. Well, I thank the committee for their clarification, but in that case, people have also used Operation Spectrum, Operation Coastal as the pillars or the foundation of their submissions. So that's why I was confused, and I was wondering why Human Rights Watch was invited to the Select Committee to defend its report when that was not clearly within the terms of reference.
No, it's not about defending its
committee.
report per se, but also to try to understand the views on which you have also espoused and you've also relied upon. And so if in crafting the appropriate suite of remedies, if we are not to look at the full range of countermeasures, because you say apparently that there are some freedom of expression issues, then I think we were entitled to look into it. And it is in that context.
Yes, so the committee is entitled to solicit Human Rights Watch opinion and a submission. Yes, my impression was that from what was reported in the media, from PAP Policy Forum's submission to the release of the chronology to the Ministry of Law statement, was that Human Rights Watch had been invited because PAP Policy Forum was accusing them of deliberate falsehoods. If it's not the case and they were actually invited because I mentioned them, then, I thank the committee for their clarification.
They were invited before the PAP Forum came to give their submissions.
Including their written submission?
They were invited before that.
Before the written, okay.
Before they came to give their submissions.
But
the
not
point
before
is
the
that
written submission.
You now know the reasons. Now, the point is, when you make a statement and you have a foundation to it, and we believe that foundation is relevant, we are entitled surely to come and look at whether that's correct.
Yes, of course.
Yes, thank you. Now, the one other case referred to was Roy Nung's case.
Yes.
Now, it's facts, again, I think you know. There was an accusation that the Prime Minister was stealing money from the CPF, and there was a defamation action.
Yes.
And would you not accept that that case was resolved according to the laws of the land?
Yes, the case was resolved according to the laws of the land, but
Yes,
I also felt that there could have been
Wait,
other
so
ways
let
to
me
resort.
Stopping there. So why is that a curtailment of freedom of expression?
Because I feel that public figures should use legislation and legal measures against citizens only as a very, very last resort. And I felt that there were many other ways in which the allegations that Roy Nung made could have been addressed.
But-
I note that, our Prime Minister is one of the biggest social media influencers in Singapore. A post on Facebook has a far greater reach than Roy Nung's blog post. Actually, ironically, suing Roy made him and his blog and the blog post even more widely known. And so I felt, my personal view was that there were other measures that could have been resorted to before a defamation suit that would keep an ordinary Singapore citizen in debt until 2033.
But where then do you draw the line? Because this was the case is resolved according to the laws of the land, as you say. Nothing wrong with that.
Yes, but I believe that for public figures, they should resort to that at the very, very last
And
resort.
if you resolve it based on the laws of the land, then unless those are changed, there really isn't any further implication on the way you can express yourself.
I also find it fairly problematic that the laws of the land at the moment, based on precedent, said that if it's a public figure being defamed, the damages should be higher than if it was an ordinary citizen. And that, to me, feels,
Ms. Han, that's an aspect of law which I'm not here to debate with you.
Yes, I understand, but that's again, I raise it because it is another one of the reasons why I feel like it's a freedom of expression issue.
Well, you also mentioned, or you have mentioned in some article which you have written, and again, just as with Mr. Shi, you are one of the content providers in this ecosystem. So it is in that context that I'm looking at this.
Yes.
So if I can ask you to look at an article you wrote recently, published on the 23rd of March, where in the same vein you say in your article that Singapore plays up terrorism to curb liberties. You will recall that?
Yes.
Yes. Just ask you to look at it. I think I'll have it on screen, although I'm sure you'll recall it.
Yes.
So somewhere towards the middle section of the article, you talk about the public order and safety powers.
Yes.
And in a paragraph that starts with, although the government, yes, over there, has sought to assure Singaporeans that peaceful protests are not the center of legislation, civil groups have pointed out that the actual text of the bill explicitly states, and you quote, a sit-down demonstration for a cause as an illustration of a serious incident. Now, you do that to illustrate that there is a low threshold on which that provision can then be
I do that
triggered.
to illustrate that there are concerns that
can
the
you
bill actually allows for
focus on my
the
question?
powers to be used.
Focus on my question. You made that comment in that paragraph in a way to convey your view that there is a low threshold on which the provisions can then be triggered.
Yes, my view is that a sit-down demonstration for a cause, however large, as long as it's still peaceful, is far too low a threshold for this bill to be triggered.
But would you accept that the provision, in fact, doesn't stop where you have quoted? It goes on to explain what that
It goes on to
threshold
say
will
that it
require?
disrupts traffic and businesses, which is very ordinary, very normal for very large-scale protests such as Occupy Central or even March for Our Lives recently in the US. But that doesn't necessarily
It's
mean...
a question of what we
that's-
want for our civil society, right? But let me just show you what it says. I'll put it up in full, where you've sought to quote but only partially that sentence or that section. So the illustration requires a sit-down demonstration for a cause, attracts a large group of sympathizers who voluntarily join the sit-in. For over a week, the group grows and the demonstrators start to occupy the publicly accessible paths and other open spaces in central business district. Their presence start to impede the flow of vehicular and pedestrian traffic and interfere with the normal trade of business in that area. That's quite different from just having a sit-down demonstration, correct?
I believe that even with this full thing, it's still too low a threshold. And also, I would like to note that shortening it to a sit-down demonstration for a cause was also similarly used in the mainstream media. I can't remember if it was Straits Times or Channel News Asia, but I also saw it shortened down to that way.
Are you seeking justification from the mainstream
No,
media?
I'm just noting that it's not
Yes,
just
but
me
you would
doing it
accept
deliberately.
you would accept that the illustration read in full would set a much higher threshold than what you've conveyed.
I still think it's far too low.
Yes, leaving that aside, but it's a much higher threshold than what you have conveyed.
No.
You stop at saying it's a sit-down demonstration, full stop.
But I think because the bill also refers to public disorder, I think it is not entirely clear what that means. And
But in the context of an article that seeks to advocate that Singapore plays up terrorism in order
I didn't
to
write that
curb-
headline, by the way. I don't get to choose what my editors put at the top.
Well, your byline is there, your name is
Yes,
there.
I accept
so
that, yes.
in an article that is ascribed to you, it says Singapore plays up terrorism
Yes,
to curb liberties.
yes.
And you then cite incompletely a provision, which I'm putting to you, if cited completely, would render the threshold much higher, and therefore address the rebalance that I think you are trying to convey is heavily slanted in favor of curbing liberties.
I think it would be, it is your opinion, and I accept that. That is your opinion. We disagree, but I feel that even if it had been quoted in full, I would still stand by my argument that there are concerns that national security has been used to justify
But-
things that might curb civil liberties in Singapore.
But that's a different point, because you might take that view if it was quoted in full. All I'm putting to you is there is a difference between what you have quoted and what the full illustration actually entails, correct?
Sure, but I think
Yes.
there's a difference in
Yes.
opinion.
And the full illustration actually sets the bar higher than what you have set out, correct?
I don't think so.
It has to be, because it talks about a week, more demonstrators, inaccessibility
It's
to
still a
public roads
sit-down
and amenities.
demonstration for a cause.
Yes, which has consequences, which has caused consequences to public
The consequences
disability.
are still peaceful. There's no indication in the illustration that it has become violent or disorderly
Yes,
or
but it grows in
problematic.
size, it occupies public access areas, impedes vehicular flow, pedestrian traffic is impeded, interfere with the normal trade of business in that area.
That happens routinely in large protests across the world with no public disorder, chaos, or violence.
When was the last time you saw this happen in Singapore?
Well, that is because we have overly restrictive freedom of assembly laws.
No, well, I beg to disagree.
Yes.
But the point is, if you don't quote it in full, you have a very different sense that's been conveyed, isn't it?
I don't think so, because it is still, again, a sit-down demonstration for a cause, and there are routinely very large sit-down demonstrations for a cause all around the world. The fact that there isn't one in Singapore doesn't mean that, it doesn't happen.
Well, I'm suggesting to you that your article, I think, conveys a sense of a threshold that is much lower to try to fit your headline, albeit one that's done by your editor, which I think suffers from it being incomplete at the very least.
Yes, I take
Let
your
me
point.
finish. And possibly misleading at the other end of the spectrum.
Sure, I take your point and I accept your opinion. And in fact, this is the sort
not
of
an
open
opinion.
discussion that I would recommend for discussing, issues. If we disagree on interpretation, we talk about it openly. Nobody gets sued and nobody goes to jail, but we talk about it.
Not yet.
Not yet, oh dear.
Sorry. May I interject? I can't help to interject on this point.
Why do you want to interject? Can
No,
we keep to Ms.
Yeah, on her point. Because the thing is, right, according to the bill, it does not have to actually fit the serious incident that's actually described. In fact, if you look at the wording, if the Parliament staff can actually show, it actually includes threat of. So in matter of fact, the minister could simply say that he feels that there's a threat of it escalating to the point of heavy casualties and etc., even though it's a peaceful demonstration. So I'm actually on the view that Ms. Han's article makes
All right.
sense. But then again, it does not state that wording.
I'll leave it as your opinion on Ms. Han's article. Now, so looking at this, what you've done in your submissions, Ms. Han,
Yes.
you rely on the human rights report.
Again, I would disagree that I rely on it.
Okay, you
because it's also
cited
my
it
opinion.
so
Yes,
that we
I
don't get into
cited it.
disagreement. Would you accept that the propositions set out in that report, on which then the findings were made, would you accept that, for example, on Mr. Shadrick's case, would you accept that a reasonable person reading the report would come to the conclusion or assume that he was sent to jail because of his views on death penalty?
No.
Would you accept that?
No, I would accept that he was charged and convicted of scandalizing the judiciary for writing about the application of the death penalty, which I believe is the actual wording of what was said.
He was charged of scandalizing the judiciary.
Uh-huh.
And that can be irrespective of his views on the death penalty.
But
correct?
it doesn't say that it was because of
No,
his
correct?
views on the
It can
death
be
penalty.
irrespective of his views on the death penalty.
Yes.
So a reasonable person reading it will come to that view.
But Human
And
Rights
that's
Watch doesn't say that he was prosecuted and convicted for his view. He said he was prosecuted and convicted for writing about the application of the death penalty. In fact, we can't even tell what his view was. In fact, he could have said the application of the death penalty is, so wonderful that the courts just do whatever all the time, and then they said that's scandalizing the judiciary.
You know,
But it doesn't say that he was doing it for his views on the death penalty.
In the context of the way in which this report is framed,
Yes.
the fact that in fact, as the Court of Appeal said, you can talk about the death penalty and still not scandalize the judiciary. But yet the Human Rights Watch report links the two. Would you not accept that there's a reasonable person reading it objectively would come to this view?
No, because it was about the
Is there any other
application
view?
of the death penalty, not his view of it. And in fact, yes, I do have a different view, which then brings me back to the point of how difficult it is to arbitrate what is a falsehood and what is inaccurate, because people have different views.
That's a different point, Ms. Han.
All right.
Now, before I forget, Mr. Shi, since we're at this juncture, earlier on you mentioned that, well, you write to other agencies and you get a response, but not with MHA. Now, first of all, in this case, would you accept that MHA had already made known that a coroner's inquiry was afoot?
Again, I repeat my...
Would you agree?
A coroner inquiry was afoot.
Yes.
But again, it does not... No. A coroner inquiry, yes, I agree
Yes,
that is
that's what
announced
the
that there's a
statement-
coroner inquiry.
Yes.
Yes.
And that it will take time for this to be completed.
Yes, I agree.
It will take time for the investigations to be completed.
Yes, I agree.
And would you accept that even in the context of other ministries or other agencies that you write to,
Yep.
they will not respond when they're not ready to respond, correct?
Like I said, the question that was filed in this particular case to MHA, to SPF and the ministers...
No, I'm pursuing your point about other ministries, correct?
But I agree if they are not ready or they do not have information,
Yes.
they would say that they are unable to reply.
And
Then I'll just leave it as is and say that they are unable to reply. The thing is, right, in this case, the question was specifically on issues that does not pertain to the coroner inquiry. Yeah. On police procedures, because it's not about how he died.
it's not about how you segment it, Mr. Shi, I would say. I mean,
Okay.
the point is that if there is an ongoing investigation,
Yes.
there are several aspects of it. One does not know necessarily where that investigation will lead to,
Yes.
and thereafter what issues might or might not become relevant.
Yes.
So you would appreciate that in such situations, particularly where security questions are at stake, that you don't get a reply doesn't mean that. Wait, hang on.
Sorry.
Doesn't mean that you then go out there and assume that there's no reply and you report whatever you like.
But I feel there's a double standard, you see. When mainstream media ask for a reply from the SPF, they will get a response within the end of the day or the day, the 2 days.
I'm not aware of that, and I don't think you've cited any of that as examples or put any of that in your report or in your articles.
Okay,
right?
I take that.
Okay, Ms. Han, I want to now come back to your point about the Freedom of Information
Yes.
Act.
Yes.
You are making the point, and I think so do you, Mr. Shi, and I think Mr. Lee as well, that there should be a exchange of information.
Yes.
And what you're really saying by that is, well, government or the agencies should be required to provide information so that there's a free exchange of information, and sometimes it can be deferred, but you want that so that there can be open and more transparency. That's
Yes.
your case, right? And you think this would help to deal with these questions of online falsehoods?
I think it helps to fact-checking organizations, if they have access to the data, if they can have access to the data. It would help NGOs, it would help journalists, it would help citizens.
Would you agree that
it would also build public trust in the long run.
Would you agree that fact-checking is not the same as what you contemplate as the Freedom of Information Act?
It is not the same, but it is linked, and it's important because in Singapore, when a lot of the data, the government agencies are the ones with the most means and the most resources to have this broad-based data. So the fact-checking, which might need to access this data, that's where the relevance is. Because if without access to the data, how do fact-checkers operate?
Such a provision, such a regime has operated in the US for some time now, right? Mm-hmm. Would you say that the level of trust between US nationals and its government has increased over time?
No, actually it has not increased, but the point is that we can't correlate one thing to another so simply because there are many factors into what public trust.
No, I accept.
Into public trust.
But
yes.
If one was looking at it as a question of looking at how we deal with an increasingly new, it's not been a long-term problem, it's been a recent phenomenon, relatively speaking. Online falsehoods, how you deal with it, mm-hmm. how you have information, fact-checking. But the latest results, at least what I've showed you earlier, don't indicate that there's been a greater degree of trust despite this openness of information flow. Why do you think that?
I think there are very many factors in the US as to why public trust has decreased. There is very much inequality that's unaddressed. There are racial issues that are unaddressed. There's lack of accountability, for example. So it's not just disinformation campaigns that sows public distrust of the police amongst African Americans. It is because they do also see a lack of accountability of when police officers shoot black people in the streets and then they don't get prosecuted for it. That also breeds distrust. You don't need disinformation campaigns to create that distrust. You just need disappointment in the lack of justice and accountability and a sense of impunity among the police.
Have you studied how this freedom of information, open exchange of information has operated in the other jurisdictions like the UK or Australia?
I have seen the broad principle, but I have not studied specific legislation.
I'd just like to show you some comment by Tony Blair.
Mr. Tong, if I could interject, we've been all at it for over 5 hours. I think some of us may need a bio break. And then, so if I may suggest, I'm going to adjourn for just 10 minutes, and we will resume it's 8:04. We'll resume at 8:12. No, sorry, yeah, 8:12. All right.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.